Good morning, everyone. I'm Karan Singh, Marketing Manager with Uincept.
Good morning. I am Abhinav Chauhan, handling investor relations at Uincept, and we welcome you to the most awaited event at Uincept, IXI Summit 2022. Karan, it's so wonderful to see so many dignitaries at this event. On that note, I would request my colleague Karan to kindly share the welcome address.
Thank you, Abhinav. The IXI Summit is a two-day marquee annual event hosted by Uincept that brings together all the stakeholders in the ecosystem to share their learnings, perspectives, and future insights. This year, the summit will be in online mode and will include discussions ranging from understanding investment trends and challenges to recognizing the white space opportunities in the edtech industry. IXI Summit 2022 envisions participation from global VCs, industry experts, successful entrepreneurs, C suite executives, and government representatives. Through this event, we at Uincept aim to play an active role in building and strengthening the global edtech community. Here's wishing you all a great time and hope you make the best of each day.
Thank you so much, Karan. It was indeed a wonderful welcome. Now, I am delighted to welcome the CEO of Akash Education, Mr. Abhishek Maheshwari, for the keynote address. Mr. Maheshwari, over to you, sir.
Hi, guys.
Welcome, sir.
Morning.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. Can we start, or how does this?
Yes, sir, we can begin.
Okay. So I have a few slides to sort of just talk through. Can you guys see the slides? Or
Sir, there are three things at the bottom. Just click on the share screen.
yeah, I'm sharing screen, and then I'm sharing the window, the Microsoft PowerPoint window. Right? Should I try sharing the entire screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you guys see it?
No, not as yet.
Do you want me to do that again? The sharing of screen?
Mr. Maheshwari, we are not able to see it at the moment.
Guys, I'm doing.
Sure.
I am clicking whatever is required to be clicked. I'm doing the share screen. I've tried sharing both the entire screen or the window. I've also sent to Jyoti in case it's easier for you guys to share it.
I would like to request everyone to kindly hold on. you're on mute. So we would like to apologize all our audiences. There has been some technical um, hiccups. We'll just resume in a moment. Fantastic. With the same spirit, I invite Mr. Maheshwari to please resume. Sir, over to you.
Okay. Will someone be able to move the slides?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
been done. Thank you.
Okay, pleasure to be here once again. Sorry, apologies about the little bit of delayed start, but most of this, it's just 10, 15 minutes of quick observations on, what's going on in the edtech world in India. So we'll get started right away. So you can move to the next slide. So, this is again, edtech's been the buzzword over the last, I'd say, more so over the last 3 years. Obviously, in the last 2 years since the pandemic began, it's become even bigger. And lots of things about, edtech, it's sort of a catch-all phrase for a lot of things that are happening in the world of education, whether it's digital learning, classrooms, collaboration, future of education, gamification, hybrid learning. Lots of things are happening. Our education system has been more or less, I'd say, stayed and status quoist for the last century or so. The way we went to school, the way our children have been going to school, the way our grandparents went to school hasn't really changed that much for a very, very long time. But now it's all changing. So you can move to the next slide. And really, I think nothing sums up where we are than this quote by Victor Hugo. It is an idea whose time has come. Right, the fact that education needs for the world that we live in, for the next generations of learners, whether they are school children or adults, it does need to change. And there are enough forces at work, and it is an idea whose time has come. So we can move on. So again, I know it's probably not not the right that there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are weeks when decades happen, and that's really what happened a couple of years back. I think online learning, a lot of the technology around online learning, a lot of the consumer expectation, a consumer habit had begun to change. And then end of early 2020, once the pandemic happened, we had trial at scale. Almost 800-900 million school children all across the world started to learn online. A lot of the players that had been around, such as Coursera, edX, just saw a phenomenal change in the uptake of what was happening. Right, closer home, if you look at edtech apps, what happened in April versus what was happening just prior to the pandemic. There was doubling, tripling, quadrupling of the downloads, of the interest of people, because suddenly that was really the only way left to learn in a world which was locked down. So it was a seminal moment. I think years from now we'll look back at this was the point at which things started to change meaningfully for education in general, with online learning as a catalyst for that change. Right, so we can move on. This edtech funding has been increasing over the years. It's still, I would say, a significantly underinvested sector compared to all of the other sectors that one talks about. uh, I were to ask you the top 5 media companies, or the top 5 pharma companies, or the top 5 banks, or all, you would very, and that's a there have education's always been in the sort of this middle of whether it's public sector responsibility, whether it's the responsibility of the government or of the a regulated space, and therefore hasn't really seen this kind, and underfunded, and hasn't seen the kind of global giants that you see in most other consumer markets. There is no reason why that should be the case, but that's just how business and has evolved over the years. And therefore, if you look at it, just a simple comparison, right? Like the global healthcare market is a $8 trillion market. This data is probably a little bit dated, but still, the order of magnitudes. Healthcare market is about 8 trillion, and the global, if you take the top 20 to 50 pharma companies and add up their market cap, the global education market is more than 5 trillion, significantly more than 5 trillion, and the global education market cap is a lot less. Obviously, there are a lot of public institutions, private institutions that are catering to this need, but education's not been a big participant in the public markets as well. Another sort of statistic that shows that there is a significant room to create very, very large companies in the education space, from all over the world, and particularly from India. We'll talk about that. Next slide. Again, I'll not belabor the point. We've all been reading the headlines. It is truly an idea whose time has come. There's a lot more talk about. You pick up the newspaper from say 5 years back, you would not read much of this. But today we can see that, right? The funding, the Edtech, the different business models that are coming into play, etc. Next slide. Even in India, education spending by the government has been minuscule, right? So we are lower than the global average. Our GDP per capita is anyways low, and on top of that, the percentage we are spending on education, even as the government sector, is significantly lower than most other, obviously, organized economies, but even the unorganized ones at some level. And if I do this math at a per capita level, it comes out to be even less. So absolute spend in education's not grown, as well, not grown as much as our GDP has grown. So that's another thing, that while the government is responsible for a large part of our education, we do, like with many other sectors, the private sector, the global capital needs to be able to bridge this gap if we have to significantly change outcomes for our education system. Next slide. Primary to higher secondary, we have a very, very large young population, the 20 to 34 year olds that are coming into the workforce, and could definitely do with more learning, skill building. So there is, any which way you look at it, our gross enrollment ratios are still, while we have crossed the literacy chasm in India over the last few decades, the gross enrollment ratio in secondary and then higher secondary is still, anything less than 100% here should not be acceptable to a country like ours. So there is definitely scope at every which level to increase the number of people getting access to education, and all of this throws its own kinds of opportunities. Next slide. Yeah, lots of projections. Any analyst you pick up, they'll project the kind of growth that we are expected to see. But I am not a big believer in these numbers in their current form, because this is all supply driven. If we are able to create the right solution, there is no reason why these numbers shouldn't be multifold of what is being projected. This is really because on the demand side, there is it is an infinite problem. There is infinite demand for in a figure of speech, for education and the right solutions. So if we can come up with the right kinds of modes of learning at the right price points, there is no limit to what is possible here. Next slide. Lots of tailwind in India. There is what changed in India over the last few years, apart from the global phenomena of Edtech becoming interesting is that 4 or 5 years back, with the coming of Geo and the upgrade of the entire telecom networks in the country, the internet access became much more wider than it was say 5 years back. And that just means that there are more ways to reach students. Access has always been one of the big problems to solve in education. That how do you give access, how do you give the best teachers to the best students at the right time. And digital certainly helps with that, and scale helps with that, capital helps with that. So we have all a lot of confluence of these things coming together. There is high awareness about online. There is, because everyone's tried it in some sense, there is greater willingness to pay than there was traditionally. India is also becoming a more richer country. And we are seeing that a large part of this global education funding, the proportion that is coming to India is now higher than in most other sectors. In fact, it's probably the highest, like within the total funding in edtech, the amount of funding that's coming in India is larger, and that's helping. I'll just wrap this up in a couple of minutes. So I'll next slide.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Maheshwari. That'll be great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
because panel is
again,
already
all this
ready.
data is available publicly. There is eight. There are almost and the good thing is India is an entrepreneurial country. People are always looking for solutions. We don't have such a big organized labor market, so most people are entrepreneurs in their own way. And we've had over 10,000 education companies founded in the last 5 years or so, and almost 800 plus have got funded, some level of funding. And we obviously have a handful of about half a dozen unicorns. We have lots of fund companies that have raised more than 10, 50, $100 million. So it's a good time to be looking at solutions. Obviously it's going to take some time to find the truly scalable ones. Some of them have hit that trajectory, but there is still a lot of problems to be solved. Like I said, it's an infinite problem, lots of problems to be solved in the education sector. So next slide. Yeah, we can move on. Next slide. I think the other impetus will come from the national education policy. There is a sea change. India hasn't really touched its own secondary, higher secondary, the mode of education, university education. The construct hasn't really changed much in the last few decades. But now the government's taken a bold step. The policy framework exists, which is more broad based, around based on diversity, context, reviews, critical thinking, inclusion, conceptual understanding, use of technology, community. So there are all of these concepts are now, the framework exists. Obviously, it all needs to come into execution. And that's where I again think that the private sector and the global funding, the technology, all of that will play a big part in moving things in the right direction, and making the core foundational principles of NEP a success. Next slide. You guys, probably most of the people in the room know about a lot about these companies. There is opportunities across, whether it's K-12, test prep, reskilling. There's opportunities across the spectrum. Lots of companies beginning to address that, and still a lot of white spaces and gaps. Next slide. Yeah, again, across learning stages, there are opportunities. There are a few. Next slide. Few challenges. All of them are being addressed, but there is digital infrastructure still at the last mile access for I'd say a large proportion of the population. Still some work to be done there. Digital literacy. The regulations are always challenging in a sector like this, and there is abundance of content of varying qualities, and there is no way to sort of for a user to figure that out. And education in India has always been about outcomes. In any low income, middle income country, you'll see that more, that it has been about outcomes. And that till we create capacity at that scale, both at higher education level and then in the job market, education without outcomes means less in our country. And the only way it becomes really meaningful is if we are able to create requisite outcomes, whether it's from schools or from colleges or from in the job market. So I think that's pretty much it. I think that's a snapshot of everything that's going on in the education market. There is obviously a lot going on if you peel the onion and go deeper. But it's a great, it's a very interesting sector. Lots of dynamics at play, but a lot of good strong tailwinds from every which direction. So all of you looking to do things in this space, wish you all the best. And may you be able to make a dent in this. What's this is also, it goes without saying that it's essential for nation building. This is pretty much the only way, only guaranteed way of economic mobility and long-term nation building. So the more more energy and intellect we can get into this sector and more capital, the better it'll be for all of us and for the country as a whole. So all the best, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vayeshi, for those amazing insights, and it was really great to have you. So we'll begin with the next session.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Right. So let us begin with our first panel discussion with the topic Global EdTech Investment Landscape in the Last Decade. For this panel, I would like to welcome the Managing Director of Owl Ventures, Mr. Amit Patel, the Principal at GSV Ventures, Mr. Mujtaba Wani, the co-founder of Supercharger Ventures, Mr. Alessandro, and finally, our moderator for the panel, Ms. Deepika Sharma, India Lead, Amazon Web Services at Start. Over to you, Deepika, and all the best to everyone.
Hey, Karan, thank you so much for a warm welcome. And good morning, everyone here from Hyderabad, India, where I'm taking this discussion forward from. Um, Today, let's start with some really good stats, right? Education is one of the world's single largest industries, making up more than 6% of GDP. We expect total global expenditure from governments, companies, and consumers together to reach $7.3 trillion by 2025. As IXI Summit 2022 is focused on investments in the edtech industry, today I'm honored to be joined by esteemed global panelists who can help unravel the education tech industry from the perspective of an investor/enabler. Welcome, panelists. Um, to break the ice, can we learn which cities have you all joined this panel from? We'll go around the table. Amit, we can start with
Sounds
you.
great. Yeah, happy to kick things off. Amit Patel joining from Orinda, California. So I guess good night from where I am, or good evening. Glad to be here.
Mujtaba, what about you?
Hey folks, Mujtaba joining tonight from Great Falls, Virginia, so it's 1 a.m. On the East Coast.
We are glad you're here for us at this hour. Thank you. Alessandro.
Hi everyone, really great to be here. Alessandro from Supercharger Ventures, and I'm now in Singapore, in the today sunny Singapore. So it's very nice, and it's a much more manageable 2 p.m. So I guess I'm a lucky one.
Thank you for giving us a view of the weather. Avi, what about you?
Good morning. I'm in Israel. It's now 8 in the morning, so it's a good time. And weirdly, Israel now is in winter, which is not typical to us, but we're getting used to it. By the way, do you see my camera? I don't see myself, so I...
We do.
Oh, good.
Thank you. So we have our panelists joining from 8 a.m. in the morning till 1 a.m. Hopefully, we make each and every one of your time worth your while. Great. So let's kick the discussion off by going around the table and asking our panelists to explain the global education technology market from their own individual perspectives. We will start with you, Amit.
Great, happy to kick things off. So maybe to give a little bit of context on how we view the edtech space, just to give a little bit of context on OWL, who we are, what we do. We're the world's largest education technology focused venture capital fund. We invest across the education spectrum, so everything from early learning to K-12 to higher education to the future of work, as well as the EdTech Plus category, which is where EdTech plus other major sectors. And we invest in everything from early stage to growth stage, and we make investments all over the world, including India. And at a high level, and Abhishek in his previous presentation seemed to have covered some of this. Education is the kind of second largest industry in the world, second only to healthcare, and there's absolute tremendous opportunity here. Kind of at the moment that we're sitting at right now in the education sector, and a lot of that has to do with the infrastructure investment that many of the governments around the world have been making into kind of connectivity for individuals, as well as like device access for individuals and institutions. And so, just to maybe give a specific stat here in the US, right? You look at 2010, and less than 10% of the schools in the US market, for example, had access to high-speed broadband internet. You look at that today, and nearly 100% of schools, K-12 schools in the U.S. market, have access to high-speed broadband internet. And similar to that, there have been the invention of things like the Google Chromebooks, and this type of kind of investment that's happened in the U.S. is happening in other countries around the world as well. And not necessarily in just high-speed broadband internet, but mobile devices and other forms of connectivity. And so for that reason, you've also seen a tremendous ramp that's happened in the amount of capital that's coming through the sector as well, too, right? And so once again, going to 2010, call it $500 million that was invested into the EdTech sector. And you look at last year, and that number was closer to 21 billion. And so what you're seeing is that you really have kind of this amazing opportunity where entrepreneurs are starting to come into the sector from around the world. You're having investors from around the world starting to come in and view this as a sector that can't be ignored. And then you're starting to see the exits that are starting to happen, the proof points and the success stories that are happening. And so you have this all three key ingredients of the flywheel that are necessary for the EdTech market to exist. And this is one of the first few times that you've actually seen all three of those happen, and on a global scale, which makes it a really exciting time from an international point to be a part of this ecosystem.
That's a great input. EdTech Plus category seems very, very exciting. What about you, Alessandro? What's your view?
Great question to start with. It's really an exciting time. It might sound simple, but it's really an exciting time around the world. Just to give you also a bit of background of Supercharger Ventures, we are one of the largest, if not the largest, by portfolio size, EdTech accelerators in the world. We're based in London and Singapore, and we really focus on the market, the European market, and the Asia Pacific market, primarily Southeast Asia. And just to complement also what Amit was saying, it's really interesting to see that if we look back at 2019, vast majority, around 90% of the investment activity was between China and USA. And so what we are starting to see now is an ecosystem, an EdTech landscape that becomes much more diverse and much more global. We are based in Europe and Asia because we do believe that these will be two tremendous opportunities for everyone. Really, of course, accessibility is a major issue, especially in Southeast Asia, and a lot is being invested. And I think what I would like really to, and then of course we will chat more about this, but really some of the things that are really exciting and some of the great opportunities is that now we might think that, we're already seeing a lot of EdTech activity, but I think it's really exciting because it's really the very, very, very beginning. If you even think about e-commerce in a way, right? Lately, we've seen so much more, and paradoxically, we were thinking we were kind of done with e-commerce. Before we were a fintech accelerator, and we're seeing some very interesting comparables between fintech, what happened in fintech a few years ago, and what's happening in EdTech now. And so it's really an exciting time, and much more is coming, especially in markets that were historically underserved. So it's really the very beginning. We'll see much more in terms of infrastructure, investments, content. So it's really an exciting time, and very happy to discuss more, of course. But that's what I would like to start with.
Thanks, Alessandro. Avi, your thoughts?
Well, my perspective is both the Israeli perspective and also in a bit the global one, because we are running the GESA Awards, which AWS and Unicef and other of our members here are friends in. And so we have also this perspective, and I can say very quick 3 insights that we see. First of all, the quality of the startups that reaching us, I think have changed dramatically. And I can say that we see let's say in the last 8 or 9 months, deep technologies that we never saw in education. We Mindset is an incubator and accelerator for about 10 years now in the Edtech space, and we used to see lots of functional and pedagogical innovation, but not very much technological one, and we see now much deeper. In the users side, which we do lots of activity with, I think we moved from a world of early adopters to a world of the majority. And this is a dramatic change that really makes a real market for things that we were dealing that were niche, and I'm in a way resonating what Amit said in the beginning. And last, like in the global perspective, Africa is becoming to be a big thing. I think it's a market that we never looked at in the same way that we're seeing right now, and probably it's going to be evolving very quickly.
Fantastic. Mujtaba, your thoughts?
Sure. And yet, just as an intro again, I lead India investments at GSV Ventures, which has been around since 2010, focused globally on edtech investments. Core DNA has always been early stage, seed and Series A, but we'll do opportunistic growth stage investing as well. We also run the ASU GSV Summit, which is a really major event every year for education entrepreneurs, policymakers, investors, everyone in that ecosystem. And through that we've had a global network for a long time, folks. Some of the leaders of India Edtech, Baiju, Mayank from Upgrad, Krishna from Simply Learn, some of these folks, the Akash folks, for example. I know the CEO of Akash was on in the session before this, have really been part of our community for a long time. And so we've been looking at India for a long time, but really in the pandemic became really active, and we saw what some of Amit was talking about, that demand pulled forward, the talent put forward, a lot of really exciting activity. And I think we've been, I haven't counted, but I think we've been the most active edtech investor in India in the last 18 months, doing close to a dozen deals. Companies like Lead School, Class Plus, Bright Champs, Quizzes, Upna, Front Row, some really terrific businesses. And I think some of those companies really tie into what we're seeing in the global and Indian edtech landscape, which is just the verticalization of the sector, the globalization of the sector. Some of these businesses are really sort of full stack from pre-K to gray, as we call it. They're doing K-12, they're doing higher ed, they're doing professional training, lifelong learning, and building sort of full stack models. Businesses like Eruditus or Quizzes or Bright Champs, are Indian teams, but are serving customers in the US or Southeast Asia or the Middle East. So those are some of the areas we're really excited about.
Fantastic. And I think these are very good, diverse perspectives. And I already see some of the questions pouring in. So our listeners are intently, here to learn more about your offerings as well. So just to set the context, right? So 50 minutes of discussions, and we'll open up for Q&A later. So your questions are duly noted, listeners. Going to the next part, India's education industry has gained huge momentum in the last few years. What is your view on India as an edtech market? We'll start with Avi this time.
Well, I can say that the encounter that we had with our startups with the Indian market were really promising. Like we saw a very good fit, both in the cultural side and also in really identifying a huge potential. It's obviously a huge market, and it's a market that it looks like we can act in, as opposed, for instance, the Chinese market that even before the crisis of last year, I think it was always more difficult to understand. I can say that in the challenging side, we understand that there is no one Indian market. Like it's really a few markets, and it requires sort of literacy of understanding the market and understanding the value chain, and also it looks like a very different monetization ecosystem. So in a way, we feel that we don't have the knowledge and the skills to understand the market, but do see the relevance, and probably we need the in-between players that can help us bring the startups to the Indian market.
There's some really great points there. Isra, what's your viewpoint?
So, I would say love the Indian edtech market. There's an analogy I like to borrow from Jeremy Grantham, who's a famous senior investor who runs his own firm, and he talks about the different regions of the world in terms of what age that continent is. And so he talks about the U.S. being someone sort of in their 50s, on the late end of their career, Japan and Europe being retirement age folks, China being maybe someone in their mid 30s, and India being the world's teenager in terms of demographics. I mean, it's a country with 600 million people under the age of 25, with really strong secular GDP growth, maybe estimated at 8% a year. The tailwinds on internet adoption with what Reliance Jio did in 2016 is really compelling. Maybe 15% annual growth in internet users, 500 million plus active internet users, a really special education culture, right? What's going on there, the spend, the tutoring culture, the test prep culture, the job training. We've seen estimates of 130, 140 billion dollars in annual education spending. And if you pair that with a very sophisticated venture ecosystem, lots of global venture investors have been active for more than a decade. Huge successful companies built outside of education, whether that's in e-commerce like Flipkart or in fintech like Paytm. All these things tying together just create a great ecosystem. And we see that obviously with it's one of the few regions of the world besides sort of China or the US that have produced really large successful edtech companies. At GSV, we always said that we weren't smart enough to invest in China, even though we had a great network, great relationships with people like Tal and Uincept, and did events there. As Avi was saying, the more time we spent there, the more we realized it was kind of something really hard to do if you're not on the ground and don't have really deep expertise. And luckily we weren't investors and didn't suffer in what happened last year. But it's India is different, and we continue to be sort of all in on the country.
Fantastic. I love the parallels that we are drawing from e-commerce, fintech, around the edtech sector. So love that. Thank you. Alessandro, what's your view on India as an edtech market?
India for us, of course, is a very interesting market. Deliberately, we don't focus on India as an accelerator. We tend to help, for example, Indian companies that are looking either at funding or that are looking potentially going abroad, especially if they would like to understand more about the European market or the Southeast Asian market. Let's say, just as been said before, we don't feel we are smart enough for India at the moment because it's a market a bit by itself. What it's interesting to notice is that India is if I look at our last 2 years of our accelerator program, India is the country where we received the most applications from, which in a way, of course, is a big market, so it can be in a way expected. But what is interesting to notice is, and this is really much an empirical observation, is that the quality of the pitches that we are seeing is increasing over time, even at very early stage, which in a way is a good thing. And I'm also curious to hear what the other panelists think. But of course, the fact that more money are flowing into Indian startups, we are starting to see great success stories, such as the Byju's, the Academy, the Upgrad. Of course, this is a very positive thing for India and for the edtech market in India, because it's becoming a hot market. It's becoming a sexy market for investors, a very complicated one for sure, but it's attractive, and therefore more talents are getting into edtech in India, and so it's a very interesting market. Now the question is, and this I'm starting to, I want to follow closely because of course the question is, what type of companies, Indian edtech companies, can expand where and how? So I'm really curious to see more and more models of expansion. We are starting to see, of course, Byju's, a very famous example. They made some very interesting acquisitions in the US, and they are starting to expand pretty much by M&As. We are starting to see Upgrad focusing, for example, in the Southeast Asian market. They just opened a Singapore office. So what are the models that are really emerging in terms of expansion, and what other markets are similar to the Indian market, and how can this knowledge be leveraged for Indian founders? I don't really have the answer today, but it's something that I'm really watching closely because it's today.
Thanks for that. Amit?
Yeah. So echo a lot of what the other panelists have said, and maybe picking things up where kind of Alessandro was talking about. It's our belief that India is certainly going to be an epicenter when it comes to creating some of the world's largest and most valuable education technology companies. I mean, with Baiju's, it's already kind of evidence of the fact that what's possible in India. And I'd say there's several key factors that lead to why India is such a unique market. So first, it's the local market in and of itself, right? Which Thapa talked about, like kind of some of the demographics, some of the size of the population, some of the demand that you see just within the in the market of India itself. And so there's a tremendous opportunity within just India to build a significantly scaled company. Second of all, you're starting to see policy, which I know Abhishek touched on a little bit in his presentation as well, with things like the national education policy that was enacted over the last few years, and kind of just a significant amount of support that's coming out for allowing some of the maybe barriers that existed before, such as like, universities to offer online degrees and things like that. And so there's a real policy framework here that's kind of supporting education technology innovation. The third component is just the emphasis that's placed on kind of education within kind of India itself, right? And there's emphasis on specifically like STEM education as well. And the more and more of a digital economy that we're living in today, the more in demand these types of skills are. And so there's a willingness for individuals as well as institutions to really invest in these types of learnings as well as upskilling and reskilling, which really contribute to a vibrant like demand ecosystem for these companies as they are getting built. And then coming back to kind of what Alessandro was saying is that India, given the fact that it's home to one of the largest English-speaking populations in the world, can not only build interesting solutions for the Indian ecosystem, but they really have the ability to build like a global company, right? And once again, we've seen that happen, in the K-12 sector, in the direct-to-consumer sector, in the higher education sector, as well as we're seeing it in like kind of the adult learning future of work sector. And so that's really amazing that, you kind of have these companies that have maybe teachers that are based in India that are working with learners and students from around the world, or are bringing together partnerships between, companies based in one part of the world, universities based in one part of the world, and students in another part of the world. And so I think that's what gets us really excited about the potential for companies in India. And the final thing that I'll say about India that's particularly unique as well is the entrepreneurial talent that exists in India, right? I think the speed with which entrepreneurs in India execute, how fast they kind of pivot based on like data and decisions, ability to grow their companies organically as well as inorganically, and just like the speed to which they get to scale. It's really unique and frankly makes it one of the most exciting areas to partner with entrepreneurs in the world.
Perfect. Thank you. And I believe my cat is definitely enjoying this conversation as well. Thank you so much for that answer, Amit. I think I'm listening about these multi-subsectors that you all highlighted about, right? It's a culmination of multiple sub-markets here in India. So going to our next question, we are seeing an upward trend in few subsectors like upskilling, reskilling solutions, or lifelong learning apps here in India. Could each one of you comment on subsectors within Edtech, which you are observing quite closely? These could be around the world, in India. Maybe share that with our listeners a little bit. Open order, anyone can take this question first.
Sure, I can jump in, just building on what Amit was saying about NEP and sort of the regulatory framework in India. The emerging higher ed upskilling opportunity, both in India and globally, I think is really, really exciting. A lot of attention in Edtech, of course, goes to K-12 and massive companies like Baiju's and sort of test prep businesses, tutoring businesses. But if you just look at the size and scale of Upgrad, Great Learning, you look at what companies like Unext or Sunstone are doing in online degrees, that's a really interesting emerging market. The framework, of course, in India is evolving, and 1 week there'll be some really positive movement, UGC regulations, and then another week there'll be a walk back. It'll be kind of confusing what's going on. Before this call, we had a call with some lawyers to try to understand an intricacy in one situation. But generally, I think as a global tailwind, it's a really exciting area, and you can build really global businesses, right? Simply Learn is a Indian entrepreneur with sort of a half US, half India business, doing B2B training with university partnerships and working with some of the best enterprises globally. Emeritus Eruditus, of course. That's a 90% global business, building a brand, working with some of the best universities in the world. The technical upskilling businesses, of course, as well. I think that's an area where you continue to see growth everywhere. It's sometimes hard to figure out what's the best model, but that's an area that we continue to pay attention to. There's a few others, but I'll stop there to let others chime in.
Perfect, thanks. Who would like to go next?
I can jump in, and I can say that our perspective is more about verticals that are not well served yet, and we believe that there is a potential to grow there. And we marked in Mindset the 5 areas that we see as an areas that there is lots of room to grow and to bring disruption and new solutions. First one is the new world of skills, but not looking on the workforce, rather looking on the K-12 market, which I think still has a lot to grow. For instance, cyber education or media literacy or data literacy, all those domains that are extremely needed are not present yet as they could be on the K-12 market. So this is one area. Another one that I think the last 2 years emphasized a lot is the social emotional aspects, and this trend was around for some years now, but it becomes to be really an integral part of what we mean when we say Edtech. And then a domain that I think really looks and waits for disruption, assessment. And the world of assessment and evaluation and the way we are testing ourselves is still very, very traditional, and there's huge opportunities, mainly thanks to the AI that we see out there. So this is like the third one. The fourth one, which we experience in Mindset very strongly, is the underserved populations. Mindset headquarters is based in the south of Israel, where there is a lot of Bedouin tribes. It's like a nomad population, and we have a close work with them. And what we learn from this work is that underserved population is not just a target audience, it's also a vertical of solutions. Like we need to develop different kinds of solutions. There is a business model for that, and I believe this is a global phenomena. And last, maybe and the least populated category is humanities, history, literature, philosophy, all those disciplines that are hardly represented in the Edtech world has huge potential and huge importance, and we try to see innovation in those spaces as well. So this is like our big 5 of that we try to put our efforts there.
Thank you for sharing that. Amit, Alessandro, anyone of you want to go next?
Sure, happy to jump in. And listen, a lot of the sectors that which Saba and Avi commented on definitely resonate maybe building on what they were saying, when it comes to upskilling and reskilling, right, there's a couple observations that I'll make. First is this idea of upskilling and reskilling has never been more in demand than it is today. And, there's a recent survey that BCG did, kind of 200,000 people across 190 different countries. And 2/3 of the respondents came back and said, if they could change jobs, they would, or if they could change careers, they would. And the reason being, like, they were looking for greater job security. They thought there was a potential for higher income. They wanted to do something that they were more passionate about, or there was, kind of nervousness about whether the current industry that they're in was going to no longer exist, or kind of how much upward mobility was there for them. And so for that reason, there's this almost like kind of global demand for upskilling and reskilling, right? And, I reference the fact that, more and more of our economy is becoming digital. And with that, kind of the pace of innovation that's happening, the speed with which, kind of what you have learned in a formal education system is starting to have a half-life is becoming shorter and shorter. And so, the world that we live in now, like, I became a father not too long ago, have a, kind of 3.5-year-old daughter, a 1-year-old son. And, as I think about like the world that they're going to grow up in, and, by the time they get entered to the workforce, like, I don't think we're going to be living in a world where somebody's going to be, done with college at 22, maybe done with grad school late 20s and early 30s. And that's all the education you can expect in order to have a 50-year career, right? I think there is going to be, and frankly, we live in this world now where need to consistently upskill and reskill yourself in order to remain competitive, in order to kind of access opportunities and things like that. And so I think there's a real demand and opportunity for upskilling and reskilling within the Indian ecosystem and frankly around the world. And there's this interesting dynamic that's happening right now where you're having a number of new entrants come into the space, like that are offering like short form programs, that are offering online programs, that are offering certificates as opposed to degrees, and that are, basically making it more convenient for the learner to access these programs. At the same time, you have universities that exist, which, there's a lot of trust placed in those universities. They have like brand recognition. There's employers that value kind of their certification or credential that those universities give. And so, Mustafa touched on this, which is just like there's a real opportunity here for partnerships to exist between, kind of who the traditional university as well as these new entrants. And, depending on what part of the world you're looking at, there's different levels of how much those partnerships have been created. And so that's a really interesting area for us to look at. And then the second area that, kind of I briefly touched on was like kind of this EdTech plus category, right? Where, we are starting to see education get interwoven with every other major industry that exists out there. And so, in India, for example, Leap Finance is a great example of EdTech plus FinTech, where, this is a company that's basically making it easier for students in India who want to go and study abroad to access kind of a student loan or some type of financing facility, as well as just navigate the entire process of kind of figuring out what program they want to attend and everything like that. But we're starting to see that type of company get started when it comes to younger students, kind of financial literacy, and parents starting to talk about that with their children. And so Greenlight is a great example of that, where they've created a product to have a more structured conversation with your child. And then, you're starting to see EdTech plus health tech come together. So we have another company in our portfolio, Hazel Health, which is bringing telemedicine services to the K-12 sector, right? You think about one of the issues that the world is facing right now is like a shortage of medical professionals, right? And nurse shortages is something that most acutely felt. And so, for example, here in the US market, there's not even one nurse per school building, right? And so in some days, in some instances, if a student is actually having something that they need a medical professional to pay, kind of see and pay attention to, Hazel Health is really solving a critical need there by by allowing that student to access a medical professional via a telemedicine platform. And so there's these just really interesting opportunities that are starting to emerge in this sector. I think, 10 years ago, you asked somebody about the EdTech sector, they were just talking about curriculum or assessment or something like that. But as this sector has started to really grow and mature, there's all these like nuanced opportunities here that exist, and a vast blue ocean for entrepreneurial activity here.
Fantastic. I'm blown away with the responses here, with all the different takes that you folks are approaching it with, right? Very, very diverse and very meaningful. Alessandro, your thoughts on this?
Of course, I do share a lot of the excitement around the different categories that have been mentioned, but maybe just to add a few more things. Naturally, I mean, we do a lot of work with the universities, especially in Europe, and I'm really excited about AI tools, data analytics platforms that can help universities and, schools, of course, not just universities, really understand educational needs, and also, maybe even more important in a way, the emotional well-being of students. We're seeing more and more platforms that are able really to do really extrapolate really cool analytics thanks to artificial intelligence via, for example, how, for example, students speak within their class, or how students use their LMS. Naturally, here there is a whole big topic around privacy, security, regulations, but from the perspective of the opportunity, that's really exciting. And also, it's something that educators are really interested in, especially university level, where they really struggle with engagement at the moment, what we're seeing, and therefore to justify the premium that they charge very often. Another very important thing, and something that we're really excited is, if we think about, for example, also AR and VR, naturally it's a very exciting market. And we're really excited about startups that can also develop through digital content. I was seeing in the chat that there was a question about the metaverse, if I'm not wrong, which of course, super, very early stage, very exciting. But the real question is, when kids put a VR set on, like what do they do? Okay, you get the wow factor of the first 10 to 15 minutes, but how many solutions are there that can actually provide a real education experience using VR or within the metaverse? So I think that in terms of opportunities, I think that the skills around really customer experience, around digital content, and around even digital graphic designs, that is something that we're really excited about. And to complement also with this, especially if I think about Southeast Asia, of course, for Edtech aficionados and people who are excited on Edtech, sometimes, we tend to look at solutions and we're excited about many things they can do, but sometimes startups really forget, especially with features sometimes. Features are super busy. Unfortunately, often are not paid well, and they're not paid to innovate. So how can we make sure that solutions, especially used by teachers, are super easy, super intuitive, and they can really solve pain points? So we're really excited, especially in Southeast Asia, to see solutions that are extremely easy, but that can solve real pain points. And then maybe the last thing that I would like to mention is a trend that we are seeing in other industries, and I'm sure we'll see more and more in education, which is something that we will call embedded education. So today, we go to a class and we take an educational program. We know we are learning. It's clear, there is a curriculum, it's structured. But how can we learn while we are not necessarily doing something, an educational program? How can we learn while we are watching something, which is a movie, for example? How can we learn when we go to do a trip and we walk somewhere? So there is all this trend of, in other industries, in finance, which is accessing financial services by other platforms, and when you're doing different things. The question that I'm really excited about is how can you access education while you're not at university, which is maybe something that is also really related to what Amit was saying, right? You go to university, you study, and then goodbye. How can we make sure we learn, even if we don't go to university in a way, but with other means, right? And so these are some of the areas that we're really looking and we're really excited about.
Fantastic. You're definitely giving us a lot to think about. Love the responses and answer here. The next question is my personal favorite. We see evolution happening not only within the startup industry, but also investment industry. Could you tell us how has the investment evaluation criteria evolved over the years and maybe call out specific changes which might be applicable to the edtech industry in particular? We will start with you, Mujtaba.
Sure. I would say, we have a pretty simple framework at GSV that we call the 5 Ps: people, product, potential, predictability, and purpose. And I just really double click on purpose and how we look at companies. We really care about return on education, right? We don't want to invest in education businesses that are, maybe lucrative, lucrative business models that we think will make a good return, but also businesses that we think can really scale and drive transformation, democratize access to education. And we're really proud of some of the investments we've made in India to that end. Lead School is an amazing K-12 business, K-12 SaaS company that transforms the affordable private school sector. We're co-investors in Upna with Amit, and that's an amazing business. Very early. Only a 21-month-old company, but with millions of users. Just expanding access to job opportunities for blue collar, gray collar workers. And that's really how we think about investments. I would say changes, obviously, interest rates are rising, public market multiples have really come down. The most highly valued publicly traded education companies, Chegg, Coursera, Duolingo, are all trading 50% down from their 52-week highs. So that just reminds us what investing is all about, which is investing in sustainable growth businesses where you really think these will be transformative companies and can grow in the long run. And we continue to be focused on early stage investments where if it works, it will be a fantastic outcome.
Love the sense of purpose here. Avi, what about you?
Well, first of all, the 5 Ps that Mustafa was mentioning, I think we resonate with all of them, but I would emphasize the people one. And it's almost a cliche, but in the end of the day, the key for good investments are the teams, and we see this again and again. And when we do sort of reverse engineering about specific characteristics of those teams, I think maybe the one that is not necessarily straightforward is the pace. Like I can say that looking back on the startups that we invested in and were successful, all of them were very fast movers. And even if they did a lot of mistakes in the path that they did, they just moved so quickly that they could correct and make again. And usually it's very clear that they are more successful than others. And I can add that we see a big opportunity in the seed stage. First of all, there is a need, but also I think the quality of startups on the seed stage now is totally different, and we try to capture them in this stage. We are now putting together a new fund that is totally only about seed stage, assuming that this is the time to really find the interesting solutions out there. So this is like in a nutshell.
Perfect. It's an exciting time for early stage companies, I must say. Alessandro, your thoughts?
For us, naturally, it resonates very well with what the others have already said. As an accelerator, so at the moment, we don't invest in startups because our model is service for equity. However, we just raised a first fund, a first mini fund of 2 million to invest in our alumni, and we're raising more to invest in our alumni and potentially give money also at the beginning of the program. So I said that because, of course, for us, while naturally it's super important to get and meet a team who is really passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, especially if it's early stage, product traction, how scalable it is, how the right market it is. Naturally, for us, it's also about how much we feel we can help with our existing network. So that's why we tend to, of course, favorize and sometimes even turn down companies that are, yes, interesting, but if we feel we are not the right fit because they want to expand in a market which we are not really comfortable with, of course, that's a bit of a no-go for us. But naturally, the right person to the niche they identify, right? Then everything else can be adjusted. But this, I think, is the most important thing.
Makes sense. Market fit. Amit, what about you?
Yeah, so a lot of what the other panelists said definitely resonates. I would say, maybe a couple additional observations that I'll add to what's been already said. First is, I mentioned how a lot of companies are thinking globally, not just like kind of their local geography. And so as we're starting to evaluate investments, like kind of we're taking that on that lens as well, right? It's no longer just about like, is this the leading solution within this local geography? But, as you're starting to see, similar types of business models start to emerge in various parts of the world, and recognizing the fact that these companies are going to start thinking about going international at an earlier stage, like, hey, how do you think about, one company in this part of the world versus another company in this part of the world, and where is the long-term competitive advantage going to really emerge, and kind of how do you think about the interlay of those types of opportunities? And so that's something that I think like has changed for investors and is becoming more and more front of mind as they're looking at companies. I'd say the second thing is, it's not just going global that's becoming earlier for these companies, but, a lot of companies, once again, 10 years ago, not only would have been like delayed in thinking in terms of going international, but they would have been very, kind of very much staying in their swimming lanes. And what I mean by that is like, you're either a B2B company or you're a B2C company, but now a lot of companies are kind of blending those two together, and it's becoming like, more acceptable to say, hey, yeah, we're pursuing both, and we actually see benefits in kind of pursuing both, right? And so from that perspective, that's something else that we're starting to evaluate, is like the modalities of going to market, and kind of how are companies thinking about that, and kind of how much possibility is there for these companies when it comes to that. And then the third thing that I'll say is, companies are just able to get further at earlier stages, and frankly are starting to become even more capital efficient. That doesn't necessarily mean they're raising less capital, but in terms of like kind of what used to be like kind of the benchmark for a Series A is now the benchmark for a seed stage company, and you're kind of seeing that happen. And then the last thing that I'll say is, last 24 months has had a real impact on all of us, and of all ages, all around the world, right? Like all of us really experience some type of remote learning or blended learning or remote work type of experience. And so it really shined kind of a spotlight on the education technology sector. And I think Mustafa said this, which was like, it pulled forward that adoption. Now, we don't know whether it pulled forward that adoption by a year, by 5 years, by 10 years. But the idea for institutions is like, hey, education technology is not a nice to have, like it's a must have. Like I need to figure out how am I going to incorporate these services, technologies, and offerings to, kind of be able to offer online programs, to be able to serve remote teams, and even for individuals, right? Like a lot of folks have been rethinking, what is it that I'm doing with my life? Am I in the career that's fulfilling? Like, how am I thinking about, work-life balance and anxiety and all of that stuff? And Avi even mentioned like kind of this idea of like social emotional learning and things like that, and mental health. And so for all of those reasons, like, I think like there's a real opportunity here where you have a lot more users that have experienced the conveniences of education technology, the benefits of education technology, and there's a real opportunity to now kind of build on that experience.
Wow, I really immersed in these responses, and loved listening to this journey of edtech's traveling from nice to have to must have now. I think that's a mindset change right there, and it's an opportunity. Thank you so much. I think this has been a lovely discussion so far. I am enlightened, and I believe our listeners loved listening to you as well. Let's open up for questions now. I already see that some of our viewers have posted some questions. So we'll start with Saurav's question. How do you all see the role of Web3 and blockchain technology in EdTech? Any recent examples of investments that we can look at and understand? I think this seems to me like an EdTech plus category, could be maybe related to that. So anyone can take it, but Amit, if you want to start, commenting on this, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, happy to kick things off. I think we're at the fairly early stages of Web3 blockchain technology. Whether you're talking about EdTech or just general Web3 companies and blockchain companies, right? I'd say some ideas that we have seen kind of percolating. One has been like a lot of institutions and enterprises starting to think about, how do I train my own, kind of employee base, or especially engineers, to be thinking about Web3? How do I get them up? We're starting to think about those types of offerings to enterprises as well as individuals. Another area that own learning's creating their own courses and things like that. And so, we have a company in our portfolio, Mighty Networks, which is effectively, kind of offering white labeled solution for online courses and things like that. And so, one of the areas that they're seeing a fair amount of activity in is on the Web3 side, where these communities are coming together and starting to offer content and courses and things like that. And so I'd say those are maybe two areas where we started to see some centers of activity happen.
Perfect. Any other panelists wants to take this question?
Maybe I can add a few things on this. And I think what's an interesting, for sure, related topic is also the one of decentralization, right? And then basically blockchain technology can really be helpful to verify and certify this decentralized educational experience. When it comes to blockchain for certificates, we've also seen a lot of activity already. There are companies that are quite established. We just take also one company called Accredita in our Accelerator program. They're from South America and they're doing very well. Also related to the concept of digital badges that can be used to verify and certify knowledge. It's also possible that naturally, as Amit was saying, super early stage. So I'm personally, I'm a true believer in the future of the metaverse, Web3, also for education, in education. But it's also possible that we are now seeing a bubble, and we will see basically many people that will lose a lot of money. I'm saying it very clearly. And things might go down, and so there will be a bit of silence, but then things will go up, and so maybe we are perhaps 2 to 3 years away to really the true beginning of an ecosystem. But personally, I'm really a believer, and I'm sure we will see more and more. Not soon, but relatively soon.
Perfect. Thank you. There is another listener. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correct, Ephraim Swilla, who's mentioned how does this return on education calculated and which ratios are valid for a good investment? Anybody wants to take this question?
Yeah, I can jump in. So, I mean, we've done a lot of work internally with external parties, with other investors, really just trying to come up with the best metrics for measuring outcomes, right? And I think it's very dependent on the business. For an upskilling business that's focused on taking someone with quote unquote low skills to high skills, right? You're measuring placement rates, something like that in that situation. A business like Lead School, has a very, very clear return on education measurement, because when they enter a school, they run assessments on the student groups that they're working with, and they see, maybe 60% of these students are at the grade level proficiency for math or English. And, they can see 12 months later that they're at 80% and that they're, there's very quantifiable outcome that they're achieving. So it's business model dependent, but depending on the kind of business you're running, it's certainly possible to demonstrate your return on education.
Perfect. Anyone else wants to add?
I'd like just comment and say, like, double click on it's really, like sometimes when you think about like other sectors where it's like, let's say the environment or something like that, it's like, there could be one metric across all companies, like carbon capture or something along those lines, right? Like, just building on what Mustafa said, like there's three basic areas that we kind of take a look at. One is like reach and access. So it's like, who is actually able to access this platform? Depending on what subsector you're talking about, let's say in the US market, for example, we're looking at, free and reduced lunch qualified students, which is a measurement of like socioeconomic backgrounds and things like that. What types of races are accessing this product? If you're talking about maybe workforce related topics, it's like, first generation college graduates, what are the percentage of men versus women and things like that. And then, so that's bucket one. The second bucket is, kind of outcomes and efficacy work, right? Like, so what is the actual, like, is there a third party study that you did that kind of showcases the actual impact that this is having? And then the third bucket is like kind of the diversity metrics, right? And looking at that, not only in terms of the access metrics, but also looking at that in terms of what does the diversity of the board look like? What does the diversity of the founder team look like? What does the diversity of the senior leadership team look like? And so trying to approach it holistically in that way is kind of important as you're thinking about this.
Thank you, Mustafa and Amit. We are near time, so we will take one more question. And I think Prem Prasad has asked this question. Can early stage entrepreneurs who are ready with their MVP but need a small team to start operations be funded? Anybody wants to take this question?
I mean, happy to jump in. I think the short answer is yes, right? A company can be funded with just a person and a napkin, right? Or a company can be bootstrapped for a couple of years and have millions of dollars in revenue and be funded. But of course, it's very case by case. It's hard to say based on that.
No, I understand. It's a bit vague, I think, the question itself, but yeah, I think it depends on all the different metrics that you already covered. Avi, we understand you need to leave, so I think we are very, very close to wrapping this up. Thank you so much, listeners. If you have more questions, please don't hesitate to post it here. And also, I encourage all our listeners to stay tuned for the rest of the conversations during IXI Summit 2022. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you, panelists. It was amazing, and we loved you sharing the valuable time with all of our listeners. Over to you, Team Uincept.
Thank you, everyone. And we were at the backstage, and I think all of us were listening to all the inputs. And thanks to each one of you to sharing those amazing insights. Now I would request all the panelists that we'll be ushering you to the backstage, and kindly keep your cameras on while we do that.
A lot of youngsters used to come to me and they used to ask if they want to start a business, what they should do. At that time, I was actually wondering that if somebody helps them in the right direction and gives them the right mentoring, I'm sure they would be able to do something great. Whatever little time I had, I thought, let me talk to them, let me see where I can contribute. Initially, most of them wanted money. And I was also at a stage where I could not now work 24/7 because working for more than 2 decades, I realized that I do not have that kind of an energy level which maybe could create a Apple or a IBM of tomorrow. So I thought, why not invest on these youngsters? So I started investing money and mentoring both.
I think it is very, very important to have a mentor with you, whether it's your professional journey or a personal journey. If somebody is telling you that you've done a great job, it's a good thing. If somebody has told you you've not done a great job and you could do it in this manner, I think that's where we need mentoring. Institutions from all across the world today, I feel extremely happy that we are able to help our startups in the best possible manner.
So if you see the industry rate of failure, so it's roughly around 97%, wherein within 2 years, 97% of the startups fail. And if you look at our programs, so you'll realize that within the 4-year span, 80% of our startups are still flourishing, still have a good sustainability rate, and now they're getting funded as well.
Uincept is, I would say, a couple of notches above an incubator. An incubator is a safe environment for somebody to survive, not somebody to thrive. The word incubator comes from the fact that it's for survival. This is a place whose DNA is about success.
I am not happy seeing the top 10. In the next decade, you'll have one company in the top 10 through us. We as Indians could be the change makers of tomorrow.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for a second panel discussion on overcoming the EdTech challenges. For this panel, I would like to invite the founder of Blink Invest, Mr. Amit Ratanpal. Handling entrepreneurship and marketing strategy at Base Business School, Mr. Mike Southern.
Hello, good morning.
Harappa Education, Ms. Shreyasi Singh. And the Managing Director of San Academy Group of Schools, Ms. Archana. And finally, our moderator for the panel, the advisor, EdTech and Entrepreneurship, and Entrepreneur in Presence of Uincept, Mr. Manish Upadhyay. Mr. Upadhyay, over to you, and welcome all the panelists.
Thanks, Abhinav, and I once again welcome all our panelists. Before we begin, I think the format of today's session would be, I would like to keep it very, very informal, and people should be comfortable talking about more than 3 to 4 minutes, per round, so that everyone gets opportunity to speak, and we can cover more ground during this 1 hour of discussion. The topic itself is huge in terms of it's very broad, overcoming EdTech challenges, and there are multiple aspects to it. One of the areas that we are going to delve deeper into with some of the panelists would be the multiple economic levels, which is tier 1, 2, 3, and what it takes to create product and go-to-market strategy. With Mike coming in, I would like to push Mike towards slightly more international perspective, where you can talk about developed country versus developing country versus underdeveloped country. And whenever we talk about multiple tiers, you can take that as your tiers of discussion, because then this will throw very interesting insight about how to create product for international audience. Without further ado, I would request in the first round to introduce yourself, 1 minute quick introduction, and we can begin with anyone, any order. So Amit, you can go first maybe.
Yeah, thanks, Manish. Good to see you after a long time. My quick background is I'm a chartered accountant and alumnus of Harvard Business School. I started my career with Birla Sun Life and then moved to ICICI Bank. So first 10 years has been in financial services, and my key strength has always been building businesses. And that's where I moved out and created India's first private equity fund, which only invests in the education sector. And since last 10 years, I've been investing in two sectors: is education and financial services. Some of my notable investments includes Imarticus Learning, which is into skills for financial services and analytics, or EduVans, which we exited also. Blink Invest, as we speak today, is a 100 crore fund which invests into EdTech and FinTech sector. And within the education sector, we like the space of early childhood education. We have recently released a report on that. We like K-12, specifically on curriculum and school management. And from a higher education, we like the space like skill education, credit for large universities. And as we know, everything is moving towards digitization. We believe that ERP and the end-to-end solutions for all the universities, colleges, and schools to work more effectively, a good solution, technology solution, will also be a good opportunity for us to look at it.
Great, thanks. Mike?
Thank you. And first, thank you so much for having me. I'm in London, so welcome from slightly cold London this morning. As you can see, I'm very old. I've been an entrepreneur for 40 years, and the first company I co-founded was a technology training company building the internet, essentially, before the internet was built. So I've had lots of adventures over the way, and I find myself at Bayes Business School, which used to be called Cass Business School, part of City University of London, teaching a very large group, over 500 students, in entrepreneurship first, and then marketing strategy. So that's me. Oh, and in the meantime, in 2002, I co-authored this marvelous book, The Beer Mat Entrepreneur, in a British pub. So I'm an educator now, but fascinated by education technology, and that's why I'm here.
Superb. Welcome to India and to this panel. Yeah. Shreyasi, over to you.
Hi, Good afternoon to everyone. Great to see you, Amit, and thanks, Manish, for having me. Hi, Mike and Archana as well. I'm one of the founders of Harappa Learning. Harappa and the company CEO. Essentially, we focus on what we call our Thrive skills or cognitive, social, and behavioral skills for lifelong learning. We essentially, through our curriculum and program on cognitive, social, and behavioral skills, reach learners from the age of 18 to 45 through either selling to universities in India, large part to enterprises in India, and obviously to individual self-sponsored learners in this age group. Before being in on mic, I don't have my book next to me, but I've written a couple as well. So the entrepreneurship itch for me is sort of a second career in my middle age, just to match up Mike's old age comment.
Great. Thanks, Shresi. Welcome. Over to you, Archana.
Hello, Manish. Thank you for inviting me, and it's amazing to share the stage with Amit, Mike, and Shreyansi. I think it's going to be a very good brainstorming session. To talk about me, I'm Archana, so I'm based out of Chennai. I'm the founder of the San Academy Group of Schools. It is a chain of CBSE schools. So I did my computer science engineering in Chennai, and like any 21, 22-year-old, I wanted to open a play school for children, because I was really young, I wanted to be around children. I wanted to open a play school for children, and that I would do a chain of preschools. But parents and students were very comfortable, and they refused to move out. And then they kind of motivated me to, start the primary wing, and slowly, no looking back. Now we are a group of schools with 4 branches and more than 5,000 students and 500 staff. And we are also looking to expand in tier 2 and tier 3 areas now. So
Great.
that's all about me.
Wonderful. So as the audience can see, it's a very, very interesting panel. We try to cover all people from multiple backgrounds, but the topic itself is very huge. I will begin with the first round of our conversation, which is about various economic levels and how we look at them from an edtech perspective. So my favorite definition, which I might have explained earlier in earlier panels also, are divided into 4 levels. So level 1 I call people with multiple devices. They have access to laptop, smartphone, everything on the earth, iPad, everything. That's a level 1 economic level from an edtech perspective. Level 2, I'm saying smartphone with very good internet connection. That becomes level 2 audience. Level 3 is smartphone with intermittent internet connection and maybe intermittent electricity in India. And level 4 would be non-smartphone economic levels. And the reason I've brought these 4 economic levels is when we look at and dissect this segment of multiple tiers, in India as well as across the globe. These are the 4 levels we hit upon when it comes to edtech and delivery of edtech. And my first question is to Shresi, which is, Shresi, you've created product for corporates. You have now taken it to higher education, and obviously you're planning to go deeper into tier 1 to 3 cities. What is it that one should focus on? And talking from your example, from the product perspective. So I think first round we'll just focus on the product side of it. Second round on go to market. So from the product perspective, what are the things that you've kept in mind while creating a product that works across multiple dimensions?
So I think that's a very useful classification of the audience, the way you frame from an access perspective. Obviously, no edtech can really meaningfully touch category 4, so I don't think we can pretend that we're reaching them at all. I think even category 3, without the right devices, without the right internet connection, obviously isn't something that any of us are being able to reach. I think most of edtech, at least now, in India, is at the category 1 and category 2. And if you could remind me what your category 2 definition was. But I think a lot of we've seen over the last 2 years with students going back, to hometowns and sort of intermittent and erratic internet connections, and non-laptop but on the phone internet connections from a device perspective. we've started thinking a lot about from a product, because we create a Harappa, unlike being an aggregator or a marketplace, we create all our content ourselves. And, we saw usage happen so much, especially from our higher education business, right? Where all the students were, that they were all consuming everything on the mobile. So we're doing a lot more on vertical videos in terms of even at the time of shooting, because of course, your our site is mobile responsive, but it still essentially was desktop optimized and optimized for a horizontal screen. So from a production perspective, what you do on from start shooting on vertical is something we're really focusing on, especially for a B2C learners or the self-sponsored learners, the people were really consuming the content on mobile. The second really interesting discovery we had from a learning analytics and learner behavior perspective was, while our self-paced, and of course we have live because we have blended learning journeys and programs, on a self-paced curriculum, we were really surprised to find that a lot of people were consuming it almost as audio content. Right, and even though it was designed to be video, text plus graphics, and a lot of the content was coming, but really in lower internet zones, it was great for it to be consumed as an audio only content. And that's again then something now we're switching off. And in fact, one of the research that we're doing internally to say, hey, can we only create audio only live sessions as well? Because the other thing that we were saying is there was so much Zoom and video fatigue that even when we were doing, even in enterprises with senior people, we were doing programs, the faculty saw the cohort of 60 people, all videos off, and all you're staring into is black ties, which is neither great for a faculty's motivation or energy you're getting back, and you're unnecessarily wasting so much streaming space for that. So we're trying to experiment on a lot on audio formats, and I feel audio is we're still scratching the surface on what audio can mean for learning, especially in professional learning and lifelong learning, where it is beyond the curriculum as a busy professional. So those two things, shooting in a vertical format for the mobile, really moving everything to mobile for the self-sponsored learners. Very interestingly, we saw all our enterprise learners, they in fact probably have all the best smartphones available, but they would prefer to learn on the desktop. And more than 70% of the learning was still happening on the desktop, but somehow anybody who was buying it from themselves was consuming it in the app and needed that. And second is this audio. I think from a product perspective, these are the two big things that we're trying to innovate on for this with students. And the last thing I'll say, and I'll stop, is with students in universities as they went back to their hometowns, and were in a very different environment where it was really difficult to even get them into the mind space to start learning it. You're sort of back in your childhood homes where you're just part of that neighborhood's milieu again, and not in where in a campus. I think WhatsApp has worked really well, and I think WhatsApp for learning such a, that's the one it's the most resilient tool in terms of the internet, right? And in India often sometimes you have better connection on WhatsApp than even for calling. And we found from a nudging perspective, because which is one of the things that we think we do really well at a Harappa, is nudge progress and nudge people towards adoption a lot. We found great success in using WhatsApp as a tool, and the WhatsApp chat groups that we created, and almost drip feed like a guided reflection question every morning. So at least from a sort of some application, habit creation, and just a prompted reflection, we found WhatsApp to be a really easy, sustainable, efficient tool.
Oh, very interesting. So, Shreyasi, in our previous cohort, we had a company, Isaac, which is WhatsApp-based learning management system, completely WhatsApp first, and kind of a system. So we're seeing that those kind of organizations coming. Also, on your point about audio only, the recent Clubhouse phenomena is a great phenomenon that is happening, and this has potential to go to level 4, which is non-smartphone user. So that's where we are, I also see a lot of innovations might come in, because that's a huge audience again which is not being touched, and audio can be a great leveler. Amit,
by the way, I just one quick point. By the way, the way traffic has bounced back to being worse than pre-normal in all the cities, or we've got again we were not used to it, and now we're all getting used to it again. I feel again audio learning as a professional learning, and that time spent, which are the 2 years we didn't think about that time
Yeah.
spend it all on what learners are doing. I think again we're starting to think about, hey, what can I do at 5:36 p.m.? Can I trigger a 10-minute little audio module for
Yeah.
someone
Yeah.
to go through?
Sure. Sure. So Amit, again, a similar type of question, but because you meet so many organizations, mind when we look at just multiple economic level, an organization, a startup that has to handle product across multiple levels, and anything interesting that you have seen that you want to talk about?
Sure. Manish, I think India, as you know, is a very large country, and all of us know with every 100 kilometers, right, from dialect to food, everything changes. So one thing I would look at it that probably in India, specifically the education sector, as we see, is becoming mature day by day,
Mhm.
and there are audience being available for different segments and different locations and different areas as well. So I think first of all we have to look at India as it's one country, but I think we have to really divide this into various different segments and every area. And I can give you a few examples where the segmentation will play an important role. So if you look at in about a couple of years back when we invested into, let's say, a company like Marticus Learning, or
Mhm.
even to an extent Brand, some of these companies, they were mainly focusing on courses where the fees were 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, large number fees. They're focusing on English. They were focusing on the top 5 to 10 cities, and that's where they were getting most of these students from. But now, as we see, everyone is focusing on the technology companies want to reduce cost, right? They want to move into and look into a larger audience because India is again becoming a very large hub for digitization. All of them have started going to tier three, tier four, tier five cities,
Yeah.
uh, including engineering colleges. At the same time, what they realize that it's okay if someone don't know how to speak English. Even you can do a coding in vernacular language, even if you know, because coding itself is a language by itself. So you need to know how good you can code. Now, whether it's a full stack development or analytics, and that's where we are seeing companies now going for lower price point because what they need to do is a specific course which they want to learn. And that's what they want to focus on, and not necessarily it's in English. It can be even a vernacular
Yeah.
language, and that something is really picking up. Or we take an example of Baiju. Baiju, if you really look at the price point at which they are focusing on, is still, I would say, high end relatively. In India, we still have large masses. There are schools which is running into lakhs of schools where the school fees are between 20,000 rupees per annum to 50,000 rupees per annum. Now, that is a very, very large mass opportunity available.
Yeah.
Now, they need tutoring, they will need test preparation. Not only that, but even the school will need better infrastructure and even needs to be equipped to be, with the new digitization wave and content and everything. So that's again a very different segment to look at it. So I believe, or we believe at Blink, that in India we need to come out with different products, different segmentation, and different approaches to solve a problem.
Yeah.
Again, if we look at companies like, let's say, take an example like Doubtnut, right? It's a problem solving for masses. It's not something, if someone want to do a very specific, then they will obviously either go for tutoring services or including one to one or one to many as well. So that's where we are seeing one has to really look at India, and the key I think out here is customer acquisition, because yes, we know that there is a very large audience available for all of us to cater to. How do you acquire and come out
Yeah.
with that specific solution which helps that particular segment at the lowest possible cost where the unit economics makes sense?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's where I think most of the startup initially went for acquisition of students or acquisition of schools or whatever that metrics be, without looking at the revenue stream. But now we are seeing that yes, while we're acquiring a segment, let's start looking at your revenue stream. Let's start looking at your unit economics as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's, I think, the shift which we are being seeing as we speak.
Great, great. No, in fact, to your point, it's very heartening to see that for the first time, Hindi channels, education channels on YouTube are getting maximum traction versus, any, including if you take English or any other language. And more regional players are coming. Even I would say YouTube is becoming a great source of income for a lot of tutors and educators who really teach well, but they teach well in their vernacular language. And I think for the first time in India, I'm seeing this, the kind of money that a tutor is making, which justifies the background that they come from, and teachers are getting their due after a long time. In fact, in companies like Byju's and others, they have huge pay packages. Teachers, the master trainers are getting that. I think that's a very good sign, and the fact that we are breaking this English barrier, English, which was preserved as a people who were looked up to, who can speak in English, and vernacular was not getting used, also started getting used. When it comes to English now, let's move to Mike, and touch upon the international perspective. So, Mike, you have a wonderful background career in entrepreneurship, research, training, and you meet so many entrepreneurs. Now, if there are any examples, or even if there are no examples,
Well,
from yeah,
I'll
from
give you an example of a great entrepreneur, young entrepreneur that I met
yeah,
recently.
yeah, and
Because
if you can, yeah. Sorry, I will just complete my point, and then you can pigeon.
Oh,
And
sorry.
if you can just touch upon, like I mentioned earlier, products, when an entrepreneur comes in and he's creating a product for international markets, especially looking at developed country, underdeveloped country as a whole. Any thoughts, anything that you have come across, any model that you propose in your entrepreneurship training? Over to you, Mike.
Absolutely. Well, you see, I find myself teaching entrepreneurship at an undergraduate level in one of the world's top business schools. So that's my audience. And there was one gentleman, the first gentleman this year who signed up with me on LinkedIn. I thought, well, here's an young man, is a gentleman called Virenya Gupta. And so I met him for coffee and I said, so what about your parents? They work for the government. What do they do? And that turned out, his father turned out to be Manish from Uincept. So that's how I come to be here. So here I am in a lecture theatre with a large number of students, and my job is to produce a good show to get the material over, and I bring in guests every week and so on. Because of COVID, maybe there's 100 people watching remotely. So I thought, well, why isn't it 100,000? It's very straightforward. I can turn what I do into like a television show that anybody could watch for entertainment and information, and that could just be broadcast anywhere. So there we start. But then you can take this as far as you like using education technology, which is all the things you've been talking about, converting the material that I have on entrepreneurship, which is of universal interest. Everybody wants to start a business, whether they want to be self-employed. Some of my students I know are going to be billionaires one day, and I tell them, make sure you solve the problems of the world while you're there, like hunger and poverty, and they promise me they will do that. So really, it's a call out to the education technology industry from me saying, look, I've got a perfect place to prototype material, which works in a classroom environment, of course, because that's my job, but then can be converted to every other level. So some child in India could be watching this material, which is suitable for school children. So I'm sure others will talk about that. This is really basic material, how you can bootstrap a company with no money. You can generate a bit of revenue, then maybe you can start a company like I did with your friends and sell that for lots of money. Then you can do anything you like in the world. So I've been asked by the university to look at joint venture partners in India, because I said, I'm doing this. Who can help me put this stuff together? We can prototype it in the autumn, because I've got another 400 students coming in. Then we can develop it for every tier you could possibly want. It's not for me to tell the education technologists how to run their businesses. I've met lots of technologists, they're all brilliant people, and they will tell me how it works in different environments. And I'm particularly interested in education technology platforms that use artificial intelligence, which work out when children interact with it, how they learn, and then how best to deliver material to them. So, see, I'm on a mission to make the world more enterprising. That could be being self-employed, it could be starting a company, it could be being entrepreneurial in a large organization, because I teach that as well, in a bank or a university, how to bring around change in an enterprising way to generate income and make the world a better place. So, as I've told my students, if you're going to do a startup now, a proper startup that's going to grow and so on, there's no point doing it unless you have an objective to bring $1 billion valuation in 5 years. Google did it, Uber did it, some of them don't have much revenue. Amazon have done it. So that's why I'm here today. It's to ask you how you can help me develop this material, and let's prototype it in India. I mean, what better place? And then different languages, you're talking about local dialects. People can just run with the baton after that. That's my pitch really for today.
Sure. So we'll come back, and I will just request you to think about also the questions that I asked, about multiple country and designing for multiple countries. But Archana is back. I think Archana, your segment of schools, they've seen maximum disruption during COVID time, and you've been one of the users of Edtech, and I think, if I may say so, Edtech has saved the day, even partially, for schools and even for universities. So, what are the challenges you saw when during COVID times related to Edtech, and the challenge that still remain, because I think schools are still being opened in a hybrid way. So, if we can just talk about the challenges from school perspective, learnings during the COVID time, and I would like to relate it to the product with Shreyasi, but I think let's begin with your thoughts on that.
Yeah. I will speak about the challenges and also relate to the product. I feel from a school perspective, the major challenge was training the faculty to handle the online platform. Because till then, the use of resource materials could have been very limited, probably from a YouTube, or it was not completely an edtech platform. So in such a short span of time, to actually well equip the teacher to take on the online tools was a great challenge. And I think our teachers also really cooperated to, because it's, I always think, like, as children, that's why they say, like, you can mold anyone when they are young. As children, they are more open to new challenges and more open because the fear is not there. But once you get too rigid as an adult, you don't want to much open to new ideas and innovation and all of that. So that was the major challenge. But after the technology has been introduced into schools, I think the way forward is only a hybrid model. Because I think, as an educationist, and also the faculties, they've come to understand the advantages that the edtech platform can provide as a whole for the teacher, for the students, because in the long run it's a win-win situation for everybody. There are a lot of it's very hassle free, be it the corrections, or even pulling small reports from a school perspective, like probably like taking attendance, or generating marks, or the small things that you do. Now when it is all digitized and when it's in a edtech platform, the teacher is also finding it more comfortable. Yeah. So coming back to the product approach, I have a feeling like, any product, I think it should have an agile approach. So you have to build a product, you have to test it, and then you also have to take feedback. These three are very, very important for any product. Now we need to, the question is, product that is to be built for all economic backgrounds. So for example, a tier one, digital marketing could work, to market the product, or even to take feedback, right? There are a lot of review in online sessions. But when you come to a tier two or a tier three, I think still we need to hire representatives, we need to have proper distributors, proper vendors, and all of that. Earlier, mass communication was there, like magazines, print media, and TV. But I think now even a tier two and tier three is looking at a more personalized mode of communication. So we need to capitalize that. And very, very important factor is the device compatibility. So any product that create should ensure that the device compatibility is there, and the bandwidth consumption optimization is also a very major factor, because we know how it is in villages and in small towns. The internet facility might not be as good as the cities that we have in India. So I think, if you want to grow big, if you want your product to reach a majority group of people, then you have to ensure that the quality of the bandwidth and your device compatibility is something you work on from day one. So that is one thing I want to add on. And also, I think with the introduction of NEP, I think the best thing, I think all of you have rightly pointed out, the best thing about NEP is now they're also introducing the national education policy that they are coming up, the Indian government. They've also introduced the vernacular mode of teaching, at least till grade 2, right? Because I think all of us, we all think knowing English is like the top priority, at least in India, that it's changing. But I think knowledge can be driven and given in any language. So, as young children, I think anything that you reach to a vernacular language will have a better perspective and better outcome. So, I think any product, if you really want to reach tier 2 and tier 3, and then you have to focus on the vernacular part of it also, at least as far as India is concerned. So, these are
And
my points I want to put across.
Archana, any product beyond Zoom and Google Meet that you have used during pandemic time? Any other edtech product, or these were the
Okay. When it
largely
comes to an
platform?
online
Yeah.
platform, we did only Google and we did only Zoom and all of that.
Yeah.
But we did use small tools like Kahoot, ThinkLink,
Okay.
Flipgrid, Prezi. So we used
Hmm.
all these, because I think gamification is very important. It's the need of the day. So just the teacher talking without even having the direct physical interaction is not going to work as far as an online platform is concerned. So though our platform was basically, Google and Microsoft Teams and all of that, but we did engage in these kind of tools. Yes.
And just a follow up on that. So if you look from a perspective of a school that is now, in a hybrid, let's talk about school opens now. So the moment school opens, there is very little time left with kids outside school to do stuff, online. Any plans that you have, top level, any product that you are looking at that you wish to deploy during school hours for effectiveness? Anything
Yes.
that's yeah.
Yes, I do not know whether we are really going to implement during school hours, but these are things that we would like to continue. For example, we have no plans of closing down GCR. We want to continue with that. The reason being, like as I told you, like the online tools like Kahoot or Flipgrid or
Yeah.
Prezi or whatever we were using, we still want that as a extended learning activity for the children. Though the teacher engages the student with whatever material and resources, to get an idea of what the child has understood, so these kind of tools really help. So we want to continue with that.
Sure.
That's point number one. And the other thing that we'd like to continue doing, though we are in a hybrid model, we always want to continue doing is we had two modes of learning. One is through the online platform, and the other thing, we made teachers make videos of every chapter, and it was uploaded in our own YouTube channel. So we have our YouTube channel and it was uploaded. We want to continue doing that because it's really very good, because if the child does not understand a concept, then can go back.
Yeah.
And any child is absent, then they can still go back. So these
Yeah.
are the two things which we would like to continue doing.
Great. So I will now shift focus towards GTM, go to market strategy. And again, I have my four levels there. Which is uh, I'll just I'm just doing these levels so that there is some context to a discussion. So when I look at startups, level one, I put startups which have brute arrogant money. So they go after all media channels, including TVs of the world, to IPLs and tournaments. Level two would be people with decent money and they have digital channel plus telecalling team with them. So maybe Shresi, you sit there. Level three is where there is some money, very little money, and they rely on partnerships a lot. So limited digital spend, limited telecalling team, and relying on partnership. And level four is no money, no digital, only partnership. So this is how I look at when I look at go to market strategy, and because a lot of things would emanate out of it. The resources are aligned according to this, and this entire approach of B2C versus B2B versus B2B2C, that B2B2C seems to be very favorite one emerging during COVID time, uh, seems to be the model that people are talking about. Now, Shresi, any learning again, coming back to you, from the GTM front, any particular strategy, go to market strategy that has worked for you, that has cut across multiple levels? Any interesting thing that has worked, and also failures, if you can highlight that failures that you failed big time on go to market strategy. Over to
Let me begin with the failures because they stick more in your heads.
you.
um, so one big discovery for us over the last 2 years is is we have not found success in B2B to B2C. Especially we have not found success in B2B to B2C where younger learners have to pay. And in Harappa's context, younger learners are 18 to 24 and 18 to 24, 25, right? So we've tried many things, virtual internships, even, getting the colleges on board and then trying to sell to the students in a B2B to B2C manner. So we just haven't. And maybe it's the current curriculum. I do feel like, the current curriculum that Harappa has, you need to get to a certain stage to understand whether maybe there's these are the skills that you don't have. So that's certainly for us as a GTM, we certainly haven't cracked the code for whether our curriculum, we should sort of manipulate and missell and push it all to 18 to 25-year-old who right now that, and I think it's right. I think it's better for them maybe to focus on sort of the more immediately marketable skills and credentials that they can put on that. So I think that's one GTM. Even on B2B to B2C, I think it's very easy to tie in partnerships. But and that is a real challenge of EdTech. I mean, there is one about the identity crisis that the investor community, I think, has on EdTech, but I'm guessing we'll get to that. And, I'd love to share my thoughts on that. But I think one of the biggest challenges of EdTech is, we don't understand that most of us are first generation online learners, all of us right now. And it is a very different way of learning. And you actually have to require almost the meta skills to see how do you learn online. And it's very easy to say, and I think, distribution partnerships give you a sense of vanity to say, oh, I have 200,000 or 300,000 learners at my disposal, and I'll have them just to make people, begin to learn, and breaking that inertia requires the highest effort. We've seen in all our learner analytics up to 10 to 25%, actually to the 25% mark on their learning journey, where those people are able to complete the entire learning journey. But that 0 to 25% needs a lot. So one of the things we've said is you have to create that pull as well, and it's not just about access. So I think on any just access based GTM, saying access to content is not a strategy that would work. Interestingly, on our enterprise learners, and I think we've had the greatest success on engagement, adoption, and outcomes as well on our enterprise learners. And these are learners in the 30 to 45 age group. And you talk about who, and I think for the working professional, EdTech genuinely is really a boon, because there is, when we think about access, we think about, hey, disenfranchised people not having access or whatever. I think access goes beyond that. Someone like me who's a working mother running a company, if I have to learn something, there's no way that I can leave everything and go and start learning these multiple opportunities, which even the NEP says multiple entry and exit points. I really feel that unfortunately not enough of the innovations have happened. So much of the focus has been on K-12 and test prep in India from an EdTech perspective, but really where the true benefit, and whether without sort of manipulative marketing, that you can really make a difference and think about access in a way of different skills that you need, even of the people who are from your tier one, but would not otherwise have been able to access. So I think we are very focused from a GTM perspective on people we don't have to manipulate whatever, where if they're going to buy a program of 10,000 but have a CTC of 15-20 lakhs, it's a very informed decision that they're willing to take, rather than preying on parents' emotions, which I think is where unfortunately a lot of the stigma and a lot of the sometimes often justified brickbats that the EdTech industry gets. I think campuses for us have been, I think there's a lot, our most calibration. I think the third point that I want to make, because we're sort of really scaling back on our efforts on the campus business. Like, I think schools and colleges have really gone through the greatest disruption in EdTech. And I think it will take a year or so for them to on campus. I think for the next 6 or 9 months, there is going to be a very concerted, determined effort for everybody to be in campus all the time. And I think it's going to be from the next, and I think that's important, even as an EdTech person, you can't put your hand on your heart to say, hey, listen, nobody ever needs to go to an office at school or a college. That's not true, right? So I think we've said, listen, I think the next company or online learning companies like ours, who are curriculum first, right, can come in. So I think that subscribe to. So I think going to lie. So we're going to let that be a little bit and take a breather. Our calls, like speaking negotiation influence, we're like, maybe not, let them first get there towards starting to learn. And if you don't apply motivation psychology and really create the pull for learning, I think these large partnerships are often end up disappointing you. So I think those three things from a GTM were okay, and that's what's worked for us with 30 to 45-year-olds in enterprises. I feel like that's the code we've cracked to make them learn and see the benefits of learning.
And just one last follow up on that is for these 45-year-old, what is the core GTM strategy you are that's working for you? How are you reaching out to them?
So I think on that is a completely B2B. I think largely a
Okay,
B2B
got it.
play where obviously we work with enterprises, and obviously there are also B2C learners who come through that age group. But I think it's an enlightened age group who can make a responsible decision for their own. Them you don't mind nudging to buy, even from an acquisition perspective, or nudging to get them to complete. I mean, they're fully formed adults, so I feel like there's much more agency, and I think a fair balance of agency between the learner and the edtech
Sure.
provider, which I think is sometimes not there in K-12, just for the nature of the audience as well. And I think many of us might be parents on this call, and I'm a parent to say it's the easiest audience segment to manipulate.
So Amit, thanks. So Amit, comments on the levels which I have mentioned and linked to it the strategy, and Shresi has obviously laid down things that has worked for us. What as an investor, and again, having an overview of so many startups with you, what are you seeing on the GTM front? What is it that is working, clicking? What are your advice to first budding startups, and then obviously the mature ones? Obviously, they can take their own call. But I think budding startups is where we'll be interested in understanding how should they look at GTM. You're on mute, Amit.
Manish, the way you have defined these levels are very, very interesting. That if you have more money, you can do everything with the customer. And that's a very interesting thing which we have seen in the last couple of years when some of the education or ed tech companies or even in the fintech companies have been raising money and they have large pools of capital. I think I'll go back to the basics, specifically for all the startups and drawing board. And I think is it a product must to have or a product which is good to have? Unless until you don't get into the basics, you can go to whether it's B2C or it's a B2B, nothing's going to work, because even if you go through the B2B channel, then classic example would be that a service provider will come to Archana and say, hey, this is a great product, after school product for you, and you are going to get a 20% commission and 40% for my children. Is it something which is adding value to the ecosystem which I have built? Is it adding value to my overall philosophy, right? And that's how every partner thinks. It's not always the money or the commission or the profit you are going to get it, right? IP, which you have to ensure. Why the freemium model worked? The freemium model worked
Yeah.
because price point was extremely low, or they said, okay, you know what, we've got tons of money, let people experience it, and once people experience this, there will be an area where we'll start coming out with the pricing, and people will get used to it and they'll start paying. It worked well in Zoom, it worked in some of these areas as well. But let's talk about Coursera, for example, right? I think when it was in the early days, I'm talking about, is that when they started the freemium product, everyone enrolled for the product. But what was the engagement? 2%, 3%, right? Because the value, they didn't value the freemium, even the quality was from them. Still having the best of professors and teaching you one of the tops, that we really segment and say, is that even if we focus on that segment, is it unit economics over a period of time going to make
Yeah.
sense? If that unit economics over a period of time is not going to make sense, then whether it's B2C, whether it's B2B or B2BC, it's not really going to matter. And that is I would suggest most of the startups and the core philosophy to focus on. Finally, for most of the startup, I'll say, hey, whether it's a product, what other service you are creating, you be very clear that is it something like when we talk about higher education, when we talk about skills education, I think the outcome is very simple. I need a job, I need a job, I need a job, or I want to change my career. I want to move from a technology person to at the managerial level. That means I need more managerial skills. I need more leadership quality skills. And if that's a problem we're solving, yes, people will move to. So I think outcome is really going to be an important factor when we look at and specifically in the education sector.
On entrepreneurship for long. What are the areas you look at when you uh, train people on go-to-market strategies, marketing approaches, especially startups related to, if you have come across education, or you can take example from any startups that comes to your mind. But what are the things people should keep in mind when they're designing their overall marketing approach, given their size? And if there is any interesting take on multiple geographies, that would be well.
Absolutely. Well, go-to-market strategy, what I tell entrepreneurs is find the one that appeals to you, the one you're most passionate about. Just in this call, I've heard 30, 50, 100 possible opportunities, from teaching old people like me to teaching young people. You find your niche and you go for it. And the magic word that I've heard is hybrid. You've got to have a teacher and you've got to have online materials. You cannot get rid of the teachers. Anything we can do to encourage teachers to be more effective in getting the material over, then there's a hybrid approach. All you need to do is teach children to be curious. If they're curious, they'll go and find stuff for themselves. And if there's a scale of, some people just love to do everything online. And I have plenty of students like that. They're not really bothered about going to the lecture. They just watch it, they learn it, they internalize it, they get great marks. Others, they want that interaction. Because when I'm at the university, just to cover your international point, I have over 100 nationalities in the room. This is a very sophisticated audience. They speak good English. Many of them, like Brenya, come from family businesses. But I insisted with the university that, as well as the big show, I do tutorials. No more than 6 people, half an hour to an hour at a time, so I can understand their particular needs. Now, the international country, for example, I remember I did a talk in Tehran. I was the coffee shop entrepreneur on that occasion. But so it's looking for your niche and going for it, producing a hybrid product which has part live teaching, because you can't beat that, and part online. But my main message to people who develop want to watch, and the people I speak to about that are the obvious people who know how to make stuff engaging online. So it's Netflix, Amazon Prime, TikTok, YouTube. These people, by accident, works great, build it up, and you can have a £1 billion company. If it doesn't work, back to the pub, get another beer mat out, and come up with a better idea. So it's for people like me who understand the face-to-face teaching to make sure that is 100%. Then the experts in education technology can take that material and make it applicable to anybody. And this point very well made just now about somebody wants to change career, but nothing beats being in front of a human being. And there was a lot of talk about mentoring in the previous panel. I spent half of my time mentoring people one-on-one for free, of course, to point. It's not intellectually hard. It's long hours and hard work, of course. You've got to be prepared for that. But if you have the right attitude, then you just have to be a little bit lucky, but you make your own luck, as I'm sure we all agree. So, I mean, this panel, this is the perfect cross-section of people that I meet. There's the people developing the products. There's people in the schools worrying every day about, are the children getting exactly what they need? There's the investors saying, look, there's opportunities to make money here, and what's wrong with that? Which of the companies do it? And it's all about the teams and the people. So I'm trying to make well-rounded individuals who leave the university, maybe with a good degree, that's up to them, but they go back to their home countries, to their family businesses, they go to those places and pass it down. And as I say, when they're all billionaires of the world's best universities, to prototype stuff, to get stuff out there. But and I loved it when you were talking about the vernacular, and that is just music to my ears. This is something in people's own culture, in their language, that they relate to, given by people like them. I'm an old guy, and people can relate to that because I'm some kind of mentor, but the diversity that is required to do this is almost infinite. I mean, this is the most entrepreneurial time ever, I think. We're coming out of the COVID. It broke my heart to, have to cancel lectures because of COVID. We're back. All my entrepreneurs, every one of them says, we're going for it now. We're back. We're taking on people. We need the right people with the right skill sets, of course. That's easy to find. It's the attitude, as Simon Sinek says. It's the people with the right attitude. I'm there to give them the positive, optimistic attitude to go out there and find these ways to market. I can sit in a room and I can brainstorm 20 routes to market for the entrepreneurs in the room.
I think I will jump to Q&A. There are 2-3 questions and we have just 5 minutes left. The first question I think is from Rachit Shyam, and this is about coming 3 years. Do you see a revival in preschool industry? Archana, you want to take this question? How are you looking coming 3 years? Do you see a revival in preschool industry? What are your comments?
Absolutely, yes. Because but then we did open for a grade 10 or a grade 12 last year for a couple of months, right? So when you see at large in India, we know we are a huge a country with huge population. The kind of impact COVID had on adults, I don't think it had that much effect on kids. And also wants to give that to the child. So I definitely think like 3 years from now, definitely it should get back to normal, especially for the preschoolers. And that's the good way to go, because as everyone know, content is available everywhere. Miss out on it all.
Sure.
Right?
The second question is from Saurabh. Do panelists feel the need for a certification records management solution in this space for trust and verifiability of these credentials? Tracy.
Yes, of course. I think, is it an immediate, urgent need? I don't think so. But I think there are a lot of digital portfolio companies, even for students in high school, for example, to get all the extracurricular togethers. I mean, I think there's this whole thing about portfolio of work, even as employers are now sort of looking for skills, learnings, credentials, projects, capstones, everything that you would have done. Is a potentially really interesting idea.
I just add something small to that, which is, right, my students are paying a lot of my poor degree in chemical engineering, but I've kind of made it as an entrepreneur. You need both. And all my employers, the people that I speak to, say, all we see are CVs with great qualifications in there. How on earth can we find the right people? One of my sponsors gets 75, it's a brilliant company, AKQA. They get 75,000 applications every year. How can they sift them? And they say, look, do a song, do something different, whatever. So the answer to that is boot camps. I'm getting as many of my stuff that you can't put on a CV. But the main success factor, or the result factor for most of the people that I speak to, is I'm earning money. I'm self-employed. That's what they want to do. And that's why the materials I want to help produce are the ones that help those.
Up to your next second question, I think the response is yes. There are a lot of tech solutions that are now being part of Edtech products, right from learning management systems to CRM systems to student information systems to notification based systems. So there are huge amount of partnerships that are happening in the Edtech industry, and this thing is growing. I will just quickly wrap up the panel with my last quick question, 30-second response to that question from each panelist, which is just one thing you wish to change in the way Edtech is evolving, which will create huge impact. Just one thing. And we can start with Amit, just rapid fire, 30 seconds response. You're on mute.
Sorry. Focus on tangible outcomes, and add value to your customer or your students or your children. All this. That's how I look at it.
Tracy?
I agree. I think tangible outcomes, as much ed as tech and business. I think it's a different DNA to be an education entrepreneur. We need to recognize that.
Archana, one thing you want to change? Yeah.
If you want Edtech to reach across all economic levels, I think you should always plan initially to come up with 4 levels of models, like a freemium, top-down, bottom-up, and sponsored. So that, as a company, when you have a sponsor to a tier 3 level, then you will have the CSR also covered. And you will also, it's one product, right? But you reach it in different ways. So I think that will be very smart.
And be authentic.
Yeah.
Clear what you're doing, why you're doing it. Simple as that.
Superb. So we are bang on time. I thanks all the panelists for wonderful conversation. Over to you, Abhinav.
I would like to thank all the panelists again, and Marisa, to you too. So, thank you to our esteemed speakers for wonderful and enriching discussion. I request all the panelists to please proceed backstage. Again, thanking everyone. We will now resume our panel discussion after this lunch break at 2:45 p.m. I request everyone to stay tuned and be with us again by 2:40 p.m., enabling us to start on time. Thank you.
A lot of youngsters used to come to me and they used to ask if they want to start a business, what they should do. At that time, I was actually wondering that if somebody helps them in the right direction and gives them the right mentoring, I'm sure they would be able to do something great. Whatever little time I had, I thought, let me talk to them, let me see where I can contribute. Initially, most of them wanted money. And I was also at a stage where I could not now work 24/7 because working for more than 2 decades, I realized that I do not have that kind of an energy level which maybe could create a Apple or a IBM of tomorrow. So I thought, why not invest on these youngsters? So I started investing money and mentoring both.
I think it is very, very important to have a mentor with you, whether it's your professional journey or a personal journey. If somebody is telling you that you've done a great job, it's a good thing. If somebody has told you you've not done a great job and you could do it in this manner, I think that's where we need mentoring. And having mentors on our board from different institutions from all across the world today, I feel extremely happy that we are able to help our startups in the best possible manner.
So if you see the industry rate of failure, so it's roughly around 97%, wherein within 2 years, 97% of the startups fail. And if you look at our programs, so you'll realize that within the 4-year span, 80% of our startups are still flourishing, still have a good sustainability rate, and now they're getting funded as well.
Uincept is, I would say, a couple of notches above an incubator. An incubator is a safe environment for somebody to survive, not somebody to thrive. The word incubator comes from the fact that it's for survival. This is a place whose DNA is about success.
I am not happy seeing the top 10 companies in the world where 5 are US and 5 are Chinese. So if I cannot make it, I'll make them make it. And I'm sure in the next decade, you'll have one company in the top 10 through us. We as Indians could be the change makers of tomorrow.
Great. Hello, everyone. We welcome you back to our third panel discussion, wherein we're going to discuss about an interesting topic, which is white space opportunities in the EdTech. For this, I would like to invite the founder of An Academy, ISBF, Dr. Jitin Chadha, the founder of Masters Union, Mr. Pratham Mittal, the founder of Abringo, Mr. Sanket Gaware, director at Scottle High School, Mr. Abhimanyu Jakar, and finally, our moderator for the panel, the founder of University Connection, Mrs. Charushila Narula. Great to see you all. And Charushila ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much. And I hope the IXI Summit is going as rocking as ever. It's always been one of my favorite summits to attend every now and then. So, very lovely to be amongst all you amazing people. Today, we are discussing about white space opportunity in the EdTech domain. I am Charushila, your founder, director, and key mentor from universityconnection.in. We'll start with a quick round of introductions before we jump into the topic. And because we have a really, really engaging and an excellent panel today. So for who all are listening, a quick introduction for myself. As I said, I'm part of universityconnection.in, and we are college planners and career guidance counselors with over 5,000 plus students impacted, admits to colleges such as Columbia, NYU, UC Berkeley, Parsons, CAD, and many more, and over $60 million in scholarships. Parents, students, and schools see University Connection as a go-to place for career guidance, student profile building, making college dreams come true. We were judged the best career guidance company at the Edtech Awards in 2020, and we are a very big advocate of innovation in education. I'll start with the next round of introduction. Let's start with you, Dr. Jatin.
Thanks, Charushila. Pleasure to be on the panel. My background is I've been, I think, 16 years plus in the higher education space. I've set up two brick and mortar colleges. One is Indian School of Business and Finance, where we have a collaboration with the London School of Economics and University of London. We've been running the program since 2006 in India, giving students an opportunity to study their course curriculum in India at Indian cost. Then about 2014, I'd set up a design school in collaboration with Kingston School of Art, London again. It's been 7 years running a design school, and we've recently launched an online, you can call it an EdTech or e-learning venture called An Academy, which is basically a design education platform online, I guess first of its kind in India, perhaps in the world, an online platform focused just on design education. And very excited to be part of the panel. Would love to hear what others have to say. Thank you.
It's so nostalgic because I think somewhere in a very small way, I have been part of the ISBF journey, and it's so lovely to see you today. I'll move on to Sanket. Sanket, please introduce yourself. You're on mute, Sanket. Yes, please unmute. Sanket? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Arushila, for the introduction. It's been it feels great to be part of the panelist. So about me, I'm Sanket Gowde, a passionate entrepreneur. I run a company called Abringo. It's been more than a year now. Abringo, what came from Abringo case because we at Abringo we really believe childhood is the best place for everyone, right? Where we learn, where we first time understand the world. So we work with more than 225 plus preschools and schools in India, which captured just in a span of 6 months. Onboarded more than 30,000 plus parents to make more than 25,000 plus kids smile. This is my third venture. When I was in my college back then, 6 years back, I did my first social venture, which I gave it to Maharashtra government, which was for Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Then in my third year in IIT Ropar, I did my second venture, which was a like another version of Internshala, where we connected students and colleges for the internship opportunities. After that, instead of joining IIM Lucknow, I joined Deloitte. I worked there for 2 years, had fun, made a lot of connects in Bangalore. And after that, yeah, in late 19, I left my job, wanted to do something for the society, and started a Bringo. That's a brief about me. Thanks, Charushila.
So many ventures, one after the other. Good luck with this one as well. And over to you, Pratham.
Thank you so much for having me. So I started my career in tech after graduating from Wharton, where I did my undergrad. Started a company called Outgrow. We make content management systems for large publishers. So when you go to NewYorkTimes.com or a WallStreetJournal.com, more often than not, you're actually coming onto our platform. Been running that for almost a decade. And just before COVID is when I moved back to India to set up the Masters Union, which is a hybrid business school based in Gurgaon. So we have a campus and we also have online programs. Our claim to fame is, of course, that our first year placements were able to surpass those of ISB and IIM Ahmedabad in terms of average placement package, which is something we're quite proud of. We have Bain, BCG, McKinsey, the three sort of major consulting firms recruit from our campus. We're only the fifth campus in the country where all three of them have recruited ever, and we did that in our very first year. And now we are, growing our footprint, growing our class, and opening new campuses. So that's quickly about me.
Yeah, last year, is it? You're saying this was last year you started?
Yeah, we started last year, and yeah, our first batch graduated last month.
Amazing. Yeah. Wow, that's a story worth hearing. So, so I think everyone here has been in education and has been linked with education in some way or the other. And I'll just quote HubSpot that says that a white space is where the unspoken, unmet needs of the customers are discovered in order to spark innovation. So it's basically a business process used to uncover opportunities. It could be new audiences, it could be new improvements in products. So when, for example, McDonald's first opened its doors, they had two items on the menu. There was burgers and fries.
On that segment.
So what McDonald's founders obviously found that, when it came to customer service, all fast food joints were lacking customer service. So they said, let's not go into an elaborate menu. Let's focus on two items and customer service. And that became like the forefront, or that became like the important thing there. Now, between January 2014 to September 2019, more than 4,450 Edtech companies, and if I have the number correctly, maybe something changed last evening. I don't know. Last year, 4,400. You're saying this was last year? Edtech startups that became like the important thing. And so there is now between the talk about white companies, and if I have the number correctly, what are these white something changed last evening? So what are the white companies? Last year, 4,400. You're saying this was last year? Edtech startups that became like the important thing. And so there is now between the talk about white companies, and if I have the number correctly, what are these white something changed last evening? So what are the white companies? Last year, 4,400. You're saying this was last year?
COVID has been an interesting journey for the last 2 years. As I said, that I've been involved in setting up and running a design school. We offer 4-year undergrad programs in fashion design, interior architecture design, communication design, and many more. And that's been a fantastic experience. And at least 2 years ago, one would have never thought that can you teach design online, because you require studios. We teach through projects. We have a very unique way of delivering design education on campus. If you come to a campus, there are no classrooms. They're just large studios. So students work collaboratively, project to project, throughout the entire 4-year degree. And COVID, of course, pushed us to teach design education online. And that has been a tremendous learning journey. We invested in good technology, upskilled our team because of our collaborators. They helped us a lot with the learning and development teams in UK to upskill our faculty to teach online. And we realized that we gained a new skill. We could effectively deliver design education online, which we thought would have not been possible if you weren't thrown into that situation. And another thing we realized is that after building a large brick and mortar campus of 75,000 square feet, all we can do is take in 250 students a year, right? Because the campus has not much capacity. It's expensive to teach that course. Students have to pay reasonably high fee because of quality of faculty, infrastructure, faculty-students ratio. And one thing I felt that, design is still an underserved market in India. Not many people have realized how valuable good quality, design education is to their careers. Our students have done phenomenally well. particularly when you talk about design and technology, UX, UI, motion graphics, and many other fields. And we really wanted to create something which could have impact at scale. So basically, we based it on a philosophy of making design education accessible, affordable, and market relevant. So what we picked up are the most market relevant courses because we've been dealing with the placements for our students for the last 6-7 years. We knew what there's a gap in the industry. There are tons of institutes throwing out coders, tons of online programs to teach you how to code. Very few good courses on teach you how to design, right? And today we know that an app is not rated on how well it's coded. An app is rated on how well the user interface is, right? And the whole user experience. And I think design is a great, place to learn that. So I think we put all our experience together and our learnings over the last 2 years of online design education, created courses which are maybe 20 to 25 weeks in duration for upskilling, because I really feel what India doesn't need is another degree college. What India needs is more upskilling, right? And continuous upskilling. You could be a front end web developer. If we could teach you UX, UI design, that could change your career. You could be a marketer. You could learn digital brand communication. Such are our courses at Ant Academy. And the idea was accessibility because we felt that you know Bharat, right, is larger than 3 or 4 metros. We and if you look at learners from tier 2 or tier 3 cities, access to good quality faculty is very limited for them. But online synchronous teaching is what we're in. So we give real time collaborative experiences. It's not pre-recorded courses because we don't think design can be taught that way. You need to give feedback. You need to work in groups. So it's a cohort based community that we are creating. And we got one of the best part about online is that we are able to recruit faculty not just from India. We have people from New York and London who are equally happy to be facilitators. We have a number of people who work in Adobe and other large companies as senior UX UI designers, because our classes are 7:30 to 9:30 in the evening thrice a week. So we can get a not just an Indian but a global community of learners, but also a global community of mentors, which is fantastic, right? You would have never been able to achieve that in a brick and mortar setup. And again, we try to make the courses affordable, and we've tied up with a lot of financing companies' education. So learners can learn at 6, 7, 8,000 rupees EMI. So it needs to meet a criteria of democratizing good quality education. Affordability should not be a criteria, location should not be a criteria, and access to the very best of faculty and mentors is. And I think the online platform really has given us that space to experiment in the last 2 years, learn from it, and yeah, we're very excited to offer such quality courses to the masses, and particularly working professionals, because many times if you didn't do design in your undergrad education or something, you don't have to give up your life to upskill. If you have a passion to learn interior design, we'll teach it to you. Yeah. So very, very excited about that. And yeah, so
That's
basically,
I'm
yeah,
picking
the whole
up two
thing.
really relevant keywords from what you said, and that is market relevance and democratizing education and quality education. So bringing it to everyone, and I think that's going to be at the cornerstone of this country becoming a very different space in the next 10 years. And so I think keeping that ethos in mind, Sanket, you're doing some amazing work at the early childhood level. Yeah. So, what, according to you, are the white spaces you see in the industry, and how has your organization plugged into this space?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I guess biggest white space in itself, it's the early education ecosystem in India. Two primary reason. First, the government setup, right? So as per government, the education starts from age 6, but not from age 3, which is the first class, right? So the thing started from there, and even the companies and corporates who have established, the major focus was on upper standard classes, because here in the early education, students are not the key but the parents, right? So that has been the white space, now I guess which has been filling up by a couple of startups in India recently. So I guess that's the biggest thing which everyone should focus upon, because childhood start, like education and everything, it starts from the young age, right? It starts from a childhood, everything, our values, our ethics, about how to learn and everything. And what we understand at Abringo is it's not about just teaching the kids, right? That's the second step. The important part is making the parents aware of how the growth is happening, what they should do, how they should contribute to a child's growth. So we primarily engage preschools and parents for the betterment of kids. because I guess that's the first step towards contributing to the upbringing of children. So yeah, I guess that's one of the white space which we are catering to, which surely will make a big difference in the upcoming years, because this is the new generation, right? These are the small kids, which will become the future of the nation and the world. So yeah.
And early childhood education is very close to my heart. I started my career as Montessorian and then moved into child development and the work. So I think you're also joined with the Underserved chapter. Welcome to the panel, Abhimanyu.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm so sorry, Charashula. Actually,
No, that's okay.
yeah,
Totally fine. Totally fine. We'll just involve you in the discussion. You can warm up hearing everybody else. Let's hear Pratham. Pratham, you're already doing this hybrid business model, so you frankly plugged into the white space already. But I'm pretty sure you see so much more. So please share what are the white spaces that you see, and how do you see yourself plugging them in?
Yeah. So I think what I feel is that the current model of education was invented back in like 1100 or maybe even before that. When Oxford, Cambridge was started, they were the ones who first came with the concept of a lecture theatre, right, where a teacher would stand in front of students and speak, and students would have a table in front of them and they would take notes. That system, for good or for bad, hasn't changed till today, right? Sure, we had books, but they didn't, make colleges redundant. Then we had TV. Even the TV did not make colleges redundant. Then we had online MOOCs. They also did not make college redundant. And now we have, online courses. Such as the ones that we are also running. But even they are just they just stand for innovation of medium, right? So earlier also I was listening to somebody, even now I'm listening to somebody. It's just that the medium has changed, right? In fact, it's become less interactive than it was before. I mean, think about the times, we read about, I was watching Mahabharat on TV the other day, right? And their education system was better than ours, right? So I think while the medium of education has undergone transformation, sure, online education has made it more accessible, but I think the way education is delivered is still the same. Somebody is speaking and somebody is listening, right? And there is very little interactivity. So what I feel that we need to really do, and where there's a lot of white space, is how do we sort of think about teaching in ways that really sort of immerse the student in the system. And for that, we don't have to look too far. Some of the colleges in India that do the best actually, let me ask you a question. Which colleges in India or anywhere in the world, for example, for that matter, have the best outcomes for their students? Charu, do you want to take a shot at it?
I have what? Sorry? Your
Which,
voice went.
which colleges or which type of colleges anywhere across the world or specifically in India give students the best outcomes in terms of placements or job readiness?
Oh, there are business schools, definitely. And
No, give me one kind of college that does it the best.
That does it the best. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'd want to say my college. I went to LSR, but then I don't know. Go for it.
It's actually the MBBS colleges, the med schools, right?
Okay.
Right? A medical college is always situated next to a medical hospital, right? And because it is, the teachers who are teaching in the medical college are actual doctors who are doing surgeries in the morning and teaching in the evening, right? And only 20-25% of courses are lecture courses. They're all otherwise standing next to the cadaver and sort of, picking out the heart and figuring out where the lungs are, etc., right? So it's very interactive, very immersive. And from the second year onwards, students have to do OPD, right? Students have to, intern in the in the operation theaters, not lecture theaters, right? And we have to figure out how we can achieve such an educational paradigm in design, in engineering, in business, in every other field, right? How do we bring this concept of apprentice and make it more mainstream, right? I think once we have figured that out, online or offline, I think that's when we would have truly transformed education, right? Right now, we are still just working on access, which is important, but I think very soon we'll have to graduate to working on impact, right? Which is still very low.
Amazing. So I think the two key words here are immersive education, which is linked with apprenticeship. And once we start doing that, we're obviously then going to be solving the real world problems, and not just, of course, reaching out for access and all. Very well said, Pratham. You got me there. And Abhimanyu, why don't you share, of course, please introduce yourself also, and also share the white spaces that you as a school, for example, are tackling today.
Right. So first of all, I would like to thank you, Charushila, for introducing and giving me the opportunity. Well, we started Squattle. We did the research initially in 2017-18, and we came up with this concept that we have to work on the 21st century of the children. So we integrated the entire curriculum in the name, and we took Squattle from School of Talented. Doing a lot of research, it went on that we should have a very different name where the entire pedagogy it can be in the name itself. So like our S stands for 21st century skills, C is CBSE and IB way. So the board here, because India preferably most of the schools, most of the higher institutes, they prefer a CBSE board. But then we wanted to give maximum exposure to the children to the foundational skills, right from pre-primary and then from preparatory to preparatory classes. And as we move towards the middle grades and higher grades, the focus shifts towards more of academics. So technology, again, when technology, so it is technology-based, school technology-based classrooms, and then we have our L. It is leading a happy life. So the children are taught right from the time they enter the school that why happiness is important or how we can be more satisfied with our learning process. So so far, when the national education policy has come into effect now in EP 2020. So the white spaces that I feel when schooling is when you talk about online schooling and offline schooling for K-12, or if you talk about let's say the early years or the middle years, the major schooling would be done in the offline mode only. So how I am looking at white space in the offline mode is that bringing the augmented reality, bringing the virtual reality, bringing systems where machine learning can be introduced, where we can have games, we can develop apps based on artificial intelligence, where the students right from grade one they can be given an exposure, not much, but just an introduction to the coding can be given. Just a 10 or 15 minute introduction can be given, introductory class can be done. So there is a lot of opportunity when it comes to the devices, when it comes to placing the technology, placing the hardware in the schools. Because if you talk about tier one, even tier one cities, as of now it is very difficult to find a 3D printer here. We can tell the children that this is how a 3D printer works. But the students have never seen a 3D printer, and if you go in Jaipur and ask, there are not many people who would have 3D printers. And even if you request for a demonstration, they would not be able to give you. So we need to bring all of this into the schools. Schools definitely, we cannot just go for an online school. What I believe is the offline school. See, when the child is learning, anything at home, be it even if the child is learning coding, or the child is learning any activity, learning any anything doing with the parent, he needs a social space. He needs a space to come and showcase those skills.
I think Scotland is doing a great job of that at Jaipur, and I think you're right now till grade 10. You're right.
Yes, we are right now. Yes, we are right now till
Excellent.
grade 10.
And you started in the pandemic, and you growing exponentially
Yes,
ever since.
yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, it is going fine as of now. But what I feel is that if an attention is given to a particular child, it has to be student oriented. When we focus a child and when the child is happy, even let's say the child is learning coding, if the child is happy, definitely result will come.
You're really talking like a true school educator. The child has to be happy, the parent has to be happy. There are all these little people in our lives who we need to of course make sure that they're all leading up to the student's journey. There's also this whole understanding that now companies are not just moving from India but to a Bharat, which is focused on tier 2 towns. And so is this really a white space, or has it been somewhat of a flashlight that's always been pointing in this direction? So where do you see it? I think Pratham, we can start with you maybe and move to Sanket. Yeah.
Sure.
I know you have a hard stop at 3:15,
Yeah,
so would love to hear your comments on this. Yeah.
Sure. So I think it's very interesting. I really never thought that Bharat was different from India. I don't know why. I think if you go to Delhi and if you go to certain parts of Delhi, you will find Bharat right in the middle of Delhi, right? So I think what we mean to say is, let's say, as a pyramid, the middle of the pyramid, the bottom of the pyramid, right? So I think there are. I always differentiate in terms of education. One is pre-secondary and post-secondary, right? I think pre-secondary, it's very hard to do it online, right? And so there we have to work towards making our government schools better. There is no other option there, right? I mean, I don't think any Byju's or Khan Academy, can fill in that gap, because you need that hand holding, right, for those students, right? On the post-secondary front, I think that's where, at least in the short term, certain online alternatives can work. But again, I think we have to keep our eyes on the target, which is outcomes, right? So right now, for example, there are 45 lakh BCom students in the country, right? You know what percentage of them actually get campus placements?
What percentage?
It's 0.75, 15,000 of them.
Wow.
That's it. Only 15,000 BCom students across
It was
the
as
country.
bad for even engineering students, I would say, right? At some point.
Engineering students still, I think 30-40% people get some sort of placement, but BCom is really bad, right? Less than 1% is not acceptable, right? And the number is even worse for BA, and BA has 96 lakh students enrolled, right? And I think that number would be probably less than 10,000. So my point is that we can. The question that we have to answer is, even if we increase the access to education, sure, right? What if it's not leading to outcomes for students? Then it's just waste of time for everybody, right? So I think what we need to really figure out is how we are educating our people, right? How these BCom, BBA programs are structured. What is UGC doing? What is NAC doing? What is NRF doing, right? And I think every college should be optimizing for placements, right? And this NAC, NIRF, there are 16 accrediting bodies in India right now, right? A university, if you're setting up in India, 16 bodies are regulating you: NIRF, NAC, UGC, AICT, NABARD, NBA. I can go on and on, right? But none of them are looking at placements. No one's telling colleges to improve placements, right? And to me, that is bizarre. They're telling colleges, hey, you need to have 20 acres of land. What will you do with 20 acres of land if the teachers are not there? And then they say, oh, you have to have a student-teacher ratio of 1:5. Now the thing is, or 1:10. In India, there are only 250,000 PhDs. And we have 36 million students. That means like the best possible ratio is 1:250 or something, 1:150. Right? And they want it to be 1:10. Right? So there are these bizarre,
guidelines
in the regulatory sphere, which I don't understand. So I think unless we figure out our placement strategy, I think everything else is secondary.
It's very right. I mean, you mentioned this, and there's also a placement strategy that is in place from school to college as well. Because I work very strongly in that space, and you'd be surprised to see that even today in tier 2 towns, particularly, there's a psychology teacher or an English teacher who's also labeled as a counselor. And so she has, for 10 different responsibilities, so to say. And and she's expected to, therefore, when a student walks up to her and says, I want to study in Germany, she's expected to know that, but obviously she knows she's just an English teacher, or she's good at what she does as a subject. So frankly, when it comes to even assessing quality of schools, quality of placement from schools to colleges, I think it also has to start somewhere there. I mean, that's just my 2 cents, because I see that there's a big gap as far as within the counseling space as well. And that's why you see, college guidance becoming this big thing to talk about. And at least we're trying to plug in some of those. Again, we are a very small fish in the sea right now. But through this virtual platform, last year we launched something called UniVreach, which was an online university fair that actually went to different tier two towns, and we covered close to 250 plus schools in the country, different zones. But again, it's just a blip, in a country like ours. And it again starts at the very nascent level where Sanket is, I think. He's in that space of early childhood education. So, Sanket, where do you see your audience coming from? I was looking at your website and I see institutions, students, and parents from tier two towns also. So,
Yes. So Charu, interestingly, our majority of the target audience, even 70%, like came from tier two cities. There is a reason behind it because see in tier one cities, the already awareness is already there, right? Parents are already aware. Schools have that technology. They have qualified teachers, right? But when we go to tier two, tier three, and tier four, the problem starts from the schools itself. First, like does any teacher want to shift to tier 2 tier 3 or tier 4 to teach the students? No, their first preference is to go to tier 1 and teach the students, right? Second, do technology companies are entering tier 2 tier 3 tier 4? Again, no, they target tier 1 first, become like try to become profitable because it's easy to have your team there, right? Schools are still running in a traditional way, in like as you said, right? India and Bharat, I see there is a huge difference, at least in this sector we are working on. I mean, right from using the technology to providing the education, and even parents are. So let me give a quick example, right? So if we see a premium schools in India, right? Apart from the studies or the educational content, they do focus on extracurriculars, right? They do focus on other activities, right? As Abhimanyu correctly mentioned. But if we talk about the budget schools or private schools, first they don't have funds, and second, if they do have, the parents mentality, it is still just to get the marks, right? They actually don't care about the other stuff. So right from awareness, there are tons of problems which needed to be solved, and that's why I guess it is the white space, because more than 75% of the students come from those cities only, right? So we can't actually ignore, rather we should focus more on them. So just the way Misho did, right? From like for even Misho, I guess half of the audience came from tier three cities for them. So I guess in the coming decade, possibly like the companies who solve problems of these, Bharat, I guess it's a blue ocean for them, for the companies as well. So yeah, looking forward to solve those problems. Like I hope entrepreneurs will come
you're
forward.
using all your management jargon there, yeah, blue ocean, red ocean strategies there. And so I think there has always been an uptake at least ISBF and IAB from tier two towns, Dr. Chetan. So what do you have to say about this? Is this a white space at all? And should colleges and universities be looking at this very strongly? Not just your institutions, but otherwise as well.
So you're talking about reaching out to tier 2 and tier 3 cities?
Yeah. Yeah.
Through the traditional model or online?
Either ways. See,
Either
online
ways.
obviously is easier.
Yeah, I mean, at least in our brick and mortar setup, right? Our admission criteria has no bearing on where you come from. In our design school, 50% of our students are not from Delhi NCR, and they're from many parts of the country. And even in ISP, are probably more than 50%. So, but I think it's about awareness and the quality of schooling and education you get exposed to. I think that's a real challenge. Perhaps we have seen it's not by design, but when we say we get students from all over the country, I would say 70% are from the top 3 or 4 tier 1 cities. Not that's something that we desire to do, but that's how the applications come in. Perhaps there's better awareness because in our case we offer international programs. Maybe that's why. I don't know if there could be other reasons. Second is of course affordability, and also the idea of moving to Delhi, a big city. Students such as 17, 18 years old, could be many factors. But I do agree, with all of you that it depends on the quality of your school education a lot. I mean, to set up for college and beyond, if you have a good, strong foundation in your basic schooling, I think that dictates a lot of where you're going to go in life in terms of the right university and then therefore in on. About online education, I do believe that we we can deliver an undergrad online. There's no problem. I think most institutions can if they have to make it engaging. but then they have to make offline engaging too, as Pratham said. But the question is, when you come for an undergrad education, you come for a college experience, not just a college education, right? You cannot give a college experience to an 18-year-old, which is about learning, coming out of the school, having that freedom, getting to interact with people. I mean, if all of us reflect back, the education that we got out of our undergrad was the college experience. I mean, you can learn the content anywhere and anywhere, right? That's not the problem. So I'm a strong believer that it's an experience. I always tell people examples of, you can always order take away from your favorite restaurant from Zomato, and then you go to the restaurant and eat. It's an experience, right? So there is an experience and there is consumption of content. So I think we have to differentiate between the two. Our particular focus with And Academy is really looking at beyond undergraduate education, upskilling needs, because you've had that college experience. Now you just need to upskill yourself. So you're not looking for, you just want something quick and short that can upskill you, change your career trajectory for the better. So personally, I cannot really comment about K-12 education because I have very limited experience there. But I'm a strong believer that K-12 education and even undergrad should be a physical experience where you're with and there's so much learning that happens outside the classroom, right? Which I don't think.
Absolutely. I think totally. I think we all would resonate with that. That it is all about the experience and not just the consumption of content and information that we are at. And I think because you're running a school, Abhimanyu, and it's something that has, I'm sure, been challenges. You already started in the pandemic, so you were obviously operating online, and now moving to the offline model and in person. So how do you see this whole thing pan out in terms of consuming content versus, let's say, the experience of it all? As your
Right,
thoughts on
right,
this?
right.
Yeah.
So, yes. So I would like to, as Sanket and Pratham, they have spoken about these courses, and Mr. Jatin has also mentioned. First, I would like to give some facts. In India, we've come with this policy, which has taken a lot of years. Now, as Pratham said, that we are not having, the graduates are not able to go for jobs. They're not able to find jobs, or they're not trained well. So the gap is in the quality of education right from the beginning. When we see our preparatory classes, when we see their basic numeracy skills, basic literacy skills on a pan-India level, they are very, very, very below if we compare it to the other countries, other nations. If you talk about the international assessments, I mean, I should not be saying it, but we rank the lowest in all of them. Now, if we talk about the countries which are doing very good, like Korea is doing, Singapore is doing, Finland is doing, US, all of these countries, they have, right from the basics, they expose the children. They make the children happy. They make the parents understand that you don't have to run after a particular rote learning concept. You don't have to run after a particular course, but you have to be patient, and you have to let the child develop according to his own or her own pace. So when we talk about, let's say, that how this vocational training can be done, right? How internships can be introduced right from school, how exchange programs can be done. So we have done exchange programs with, there were some schools from US, and during the pandemic, our students were exchanging a computer science lesson here and a computer science lesson there. So they were exchanging their views. So this is how the cultural beliefs are also exchanged, and the technical part is also exchanged. So there is a lot of work that has to be done right from the basic, the preparatory level, or the 0 to 7 years of the basic level, which is not being done. Only in the metro cities, or let's say the tier 1 cities, we are working out. But rest, if you talk about a major part of India, there is no work going on. And in the last 2 years,
Is it because you don't have people wanting to come to tier 2 cities to offer
yes,
those services?
yes,
Or
yes,
most of them
yes,
want to
yes.
center, yeah.
Yes, because we do not have, the government policies are again very slow. So there is no implementation. Even if, NEP, they talk about the implementation is going to take place in a decade, 10 years. So I am not very sure. Just what could be done is, I just have this, the entrepreneurs, they need to move to the cities, the tier 2 cities, or further towards the Bharat, and come up with sources where we can go to the basic education, the early years.
All right. Well, I mean, frankly, coming to the edtech question of things, of course, the education sector in our country requires a lot of reform. And we can all see that in our own little ways, we are all trying to raise the bar, set benchmarks and make something happen. But whatever said and done, the Indian edtech startups raised more than 1.43 billion across 100 deals in 2020. And that's the fact of the matter. So of the total fundraising, everybody knows Byju's raised around 57%, followed by Unacademy and Vedantu. And of course, this is booming. Now, all of you are in your particular domains, and if this was, let's say, a rapid fire round, and I simply asked you that, if you were not doing what you are doing right now in your particular institutions and spaces, and you had to pick one more white space, what would that white space be? Where would you put your money or your time? Dr. Jitin.
So where would I put my money and time? I'm not sure I'm the right person to do it, but where I'd put my money is people who can make more affordable online courses in vernacular languages.
Wow.
Right? That's where I'd put my money and my time in what some sense, but that is not my area of expertise. But I think that's a tremendous space. I think majority of the people are focusing on English taught content, but vernacular has a tremendous scope at a Bharat level. The challenge, I mean, slightly going beyond the question, Charshila, is that the challenge is while pre-recorded courses can become very economical because there's one-time cost of content development. So it can be very economical to do it at scale, which what Bharat needs, right? Very economical courses. But it's not the best way to learn, right? You need to have real-time interaction, and then that's the challenge. We are not able to think of how to crack that. In our case, in Academy, we're doing online synchronous teaching, where we get the real faculty content and have an engaging. And we don't want to make sure that the class size online is more than 30 people, because then the engaging part goes away. But then all those things drive up cost tremendously. So I don't. That's a huge challenge. Is about pre-recorded content, economical, real-time, interactive, collaborative learning. Not so economical because of the cost structure. Obviously, I believe the later, the real-time interactive sessions is where deep learning happens. But I think what Bharat really needs is something which is very, very affordable. So probably vernacular online.
Amazing. In fact, the first thing that came to my mind was teaching someone how to cut hair online. So you do that in various languages.
Makeup, and they're doing phenomenally well. The raise, if rounds of funding raise is the benchmark, then yeah, lots of them are there in many vocational places.
Interesting. Affordable vernacular. Well, if our listeners are watching this particular panel discussion, you should make note of these white spaces, because these are the stalwarts who are actually mentioning them. Abhimanyu, what do you think? Where would you put your time and money? You don't have to.
See,
You're
I
not making a commitment today.
one is vocational. Yeah. One is vocational training. So collaborating with institutes who can provide vocational training to schools and take it to further into the rural areas, or if we can say tier 3 or tier 2 cities. And the other is providing a robust hardware. Even here, I'm sorry to say, the network is not good. That is what the challenge was. We have a good broadband, but somehow it crashed today morning, and since morning we're trying to fix, and it is not working. So one is a robust network and a supply of hardware, and then something with the vocational training.
All right. So networking and just working around that or vocational training. All right. Interesting. Sanket?
Yes, if not this, so being a product guy, okay, so right now, inherently, if we see, right, since decades or since, like hundreds of years, whichever the activities, everything is social, right? Even like when we go to school, we learn along with the students. Like when we go to movies, we go like along with our friends, right? When we play a sport, it's a team sport. So you take any, even when we go for a shopping, we go with someone like, our family members or an all, like, so by inherently, as a human being, we love social things. Like we love to socialize. So if not this, I would be building a maybe a social community. Just say like Flipkart was there, right? A commerce platform, but Misho still was built, which was a social commerce. Then many fintech platforms are there, but now many are preferring like I should learn, I should like do anything online, but along with my community, my friends, like-minded people. So I guess I would have been doing that, or maybe in future we will see me doing that, Rushila, building a social plus platform. Yeah.
All right. And maybe that could have been the vernacular languages of various kinds, and maybe that could combine vocational training. So,
Yeah.
perhaps all three of you could be collaborating at some level. Frankly, if it were on me and we had to create something new, I would want to create an ecosystem, a platform where it makes easier for every tier two, tier three town, school especially, to access college planning and education. Right now, at a pro bono level, we are supporting certain schools, certain NGOs rather, and this is particularly Udayan, to let's say bring access or let them know about colleges and universities that offer 100% scholarships to international students. And why should not every school know about these scholarships? And why should they not have access to some of this information? It beats me. It's obviously, there is a lot of information out there. So if you type on Google and say that, scholarships for international students or 100% scholarships or full rides to universities, you will get a whole listing, but it will obviously confuse the hell out of you because you're not entirely geared into understanding that information. So, particularly a platform that just makes it easier for counselors to access and um, dig into a lot more information so that he or she can guide that particular school or university much better. So we'll I'm sure talk about these ideas going forward. But let's say every edtech venture is aiming to be a unicorn today, right? And so as a last point, I would say, what would be your advice to future entrepreneurs in this space? So we can start with you, Abhimanyu. This
So
time. Any
future,
advice?
yes. The advice is that in the coming 10 years, see, rote learning will go entirely. Rote learning will go. We have to have a concept clarity right from the basic level. Apart from this, we will have a hybrid mode. Definitely, the pen and paper might also go. The pen and paper might go totally, not 5 years, but from 5 years to 15 years. It might totally vanish. So when we talk about this, hybrid mode will evolve. So definitely entrepreneurs can look into introducing such platforms where the children can take an advantage when they come to the school. So when they are in the school in the offline mode, they should be having devices. They should be having programs based on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all the languages where they can take advantage of it when they are home. So hybrid
Right.
learning will definitely involve. We cannot. There is no escape.
Okay. Sanket, your advice to future entrepreneurs.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still a early entrepreneur. But
Mhm.
advice would be whenever you pick a problem, right? Right now I have seen a couple of people who just builds a company like for the sake of it, right? As an entrepreneur, you should always focus on solving a problem. The problem should be big enough, so that you can put your energy, time, everything into that. That's the first thing. Identify a big problem, and living in India, we have tons of problem, right? Just look around, you will get to see. That's the first thing. Find the opportunity. Second, and the most important thing, you have to be passionate, right? You should have a real passion to solve that problem, because in the entrepreneur journey, a lot of ups and downs come. I guess those who are experienced here, right? I guess Dr. Jitin and Abhimanyu can tell more about this. Even you, Charushila. But with experience, we see ups and downs come, right, in throughout the journey. So you have, like, your passion should be there with you. I guess that will drive you to achieve the goal. So yeah, I guess these two things are enough. And entrepreneur will anyway find out a way if these two things are in place. So yeah.
Awesome. So having a nose for big problems is the thing. Yeah. All right. Yes, Dr. Chitin, your advice.
Well, my advice is you should just forget about all this unicorn stuff. Those things really don't matter. What you need is domain expertise and a good problem to solve. Um, Today, I don't think entrepreneurs have problem raising capital. That should not be a worry, and the valuation should not be a worry. All you should be able to do is how can you find a problem, a niche which has perhaps not been fully exploited, and you are uniquely positioned to solve that problem. Uh, you asked me the question earlier that I do feel there's a bigger opportunity in vernacular learning at the Bharat level, but I'm not going to solve that problem because I don't think I have the expertise for it, right? So you need to have both. You have to find a problem where you have an expertise. In my case, we found that we have expertise in design education, and we felt there's a white space there, and we went into it. And I'm sure that if you find the right place, and focus on the product market fit, if you find the product market fit, everything else will take care of itself. All the funding in the world will not help you find the problem to solve. So it's really
Very
the
well
other way
said. Yeah, yeah. It's like running after the money, and the money
around.
will keep running away from you at the end of the day. Yes, yes. So you're keeping our intentions in the right place, and so the universe can actually answer,
Absolutely.
your call.
Never,
Beautiful.
never, I've never seen a good product not get well funded. I've seen many well funded companies which don't have good products.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's great. I think it's been a very interesting conversation. We just have time for one question. And so I think I was looking at all the questions in the chat box. I do like what Saurav Raj is mentioning. Is education commoditized with all these learning platforms? He's asking. With so much edtech happening, is education commoditized with all these learning platforms? Anybody'd like to take that?
Well, education, in my opinion, is commoditized the way it's already run. And Pratham was saying it's this assembly line approach of one-way interaction. Technology solve limited problems. So I don't think edtech is commoditizing education. It's probably giving more opportunities to people to choose from. Today, a student in a tier 2 or tier 3 city has the access to their school, but perhaps has so many there's so many opportunities for them, whether they want to learn coding or something else, or supplement their education. And I'm sure not all products are great, but the point is, would you want this opportunity to exist or not exist? All of them will not be great, but I think it will only add value that they exist, and in the long run, only the ones who offer quality will survive.
True. So it is becoming a crowded marketplace out there, but very soon the consumer will decide which one stays. But just to follow up to that, sometimes, because it's an edtech space and we all know about SEO, SMO, there are certain companies that obviously invest a lot more into that domain and therefore are on top of search engines. So is this really a democratized space at all? Or are we just, eulogizing about the whole thing?
So the examples you're talking about do get a lot of media coverage. And it's, in my experience, it's always the quiet ones who are doing something good will eventually get large student numbers because of the quality of stuff they're doing. And over time, I think they will definitely emerge. I mean, it's a new space, so it's like the gold rush. Everybody's at it. A lot of money is being thrown at it. But it's not necessarily the ones which are unicorns might be unicorns tomorrow, and the ones which probably we haven't heard of are under the radar, have a strong fan following. I mean, if you just reflect back from a tech point of view, the products we love, let's say Google or Facebook or Instagram, they only became popular because the users loved the product, not how much money they spent on marketing and advertising. I think people just tend to forget that eventually it's a user uptake which matters. Maybe perhaps in the short run, doing fair amount of branding, marketing, brute force money being thrown at it can get you visibility. But it's interesting. We'll see how it plays out in the next 3-4 years, and I think in the next 2-3 years we will get to see whether those are the companies which have really solved the problems at scale, or the ones which we don't know about today.
That's so true. In fact, 95% of at least work that University Connection does is all referral based. So it's one happy family and parent referring 10 others. So it's not, it's totally, it is the market that decides. Consumer still continues to be the king. And SEO or no SEO, people will find you if you're doing some good work. So I think with that, I think we call it a wrap. But before we call it a wrap, I want to introduce you to this guy. This is not just a stuffed toy, okay? This is the mascot of Yale University. It's a highly aspirational, highly competitive university. It stands for success and is frankly a symbol for achieving the unachievable. So as we all head out, finding our little white spaces to achieve the unachievable, Dan here wishes you good luck. And thank you so much, each one of you, for sharing. I had to bring in this thing, this is the counselor in me that just comes out. So I've thoroughly enjoyed interacting with each one of you. Thank you, Dr. Jitin. Thank you, Sanket. Thank you, Abhimanyu. Thank you, Pratham. Not here. Yeah. Thanks, Karan, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Charushila ji, and thanks, Dr. Jitin, Sanket, Abhimanyu, and Pratham, for this amazing discussion on white spaces. And I personally believe that whatever the points that we have mentioned are a complete eye opener for everyone who's there at the audience. What do you think of Abhimanyu? What is your take on that?
Definitely, I think it's been one of the most enriching and enlightening discussions we had so far. So thank you, all the panelists, once again.
Thank you, everyone. So I would request all the panelists to keep their cameras on while our team ushers you to the backstage.
Thank you so much for having us. I apologize, I'll have to take leave for another engagement. Thank you again.
Right, I think, Abhinav, it's time for a short break of 15 minutes. So we'll let our audience see the next session in another 15 minutes. So stay tuned.
A lot of youngsters used to come to me and they used to ask if they want to start a business, what they should do. At that time, I was actually wondering that if somebody helps them in the right direction and gives them the right mentoring, I'm sure they would be able to do something great. Whatever little time I had, I thought, let me talk to them, let me see where I can contribute. Initially, most of them wanted money. And I was also at a stage where I could not now work 24/7 because working for more than 2 decades, I realized that I do not have that kind of an energy level which maybe could create a Apple or a IBM of tomorrow. So I thought, why not invest on these youngsters? So I started investing money and mentoring both.
I think it is very, very important to have a mentor with you, whether it's your professional journey or a personal journey. If somebody is telling you that you've done a great job, it's a good thing. If somebody has told you you've not done a great job and you could do it in this manner, I think that's where we need mentoring. And having mentors on our board from different institutions from all across the world today, I feel extremely happy that we are able to help our startups in the best possible manner.
So if you see the industry rate of failure, so it's roughly around 97%, wherein within 2 years, 97% of the startups fail. And if you look at our programs, so you'll realize that within the 4-year span, 80% of our startups are still flourishing, still have a good sustainability rate, and now they're getting funded as well.
Uincept is, I would say, a couple of notches above an incubator. An incubator is a safe environment for somebody to survive, not somebody to thrive. The word incubator comes from the fact that it's for survival. This is a place whose DNA is about success.
I am not happy seeing the top 10 companies in the world where 5 are US and 5 are Chinese. So if I cannot make it, I'll make them make it. And I'm sure in the next decade, you'll have one company in the top 10 through us. We as Indians could be the change makers of tomorrow.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your kind patience. Now we proceed with our last panel for the day, investors' expectations and the red flags. For this panel, I would like to invite on stage the partner at K Capital, Mrs. Sunita Vishwanathan, the CEO of FAR Network, Mr. Aditya Arora, from the investments team at Bloom Ventures, Ms. Radhika Agarwal, the investment professional at Chirate Ventures, Mr. Saket Kartikanini, and finally, the moderator for the panel, an investment expert at Lois Advisors, Mr. Vivek Singha. Vivek, over to you.
Thank you, Abhinav. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Ixi Summit 2022, presented by Uincept. Hope everyone and their families are keeping safe. Tough times, but thank you for joining us. In this session of the summit, we'll host a panel discussion with some leading investors in the Edtech space. Investor expectations and red flags is our topic of discussion today. Before we do that, if I could request the panelists to briefly introduce themselves. Maybe we start with you, Sunita.
Sure. Thanks, Vivek, and thanks for putting this event together. Very glad to be here. I work at K Capital. We're an early stage fund. We look to invest as the first institutional investor. We typically come in at the stage where the product is pre-launch or just about launched, and the company is still trying to figure out product market fit. We invest between 500K and $1 million and a half dollars. We tend to partner with the companies that we back for the longer duration of time as they build the company. Edtech is an area that we're very interested in, and we're looking to make investments across the spectrum in Edtech.
Thank you. Radhika?
Hi, thanks for having me, first of all. So I look at consumer tech investing at Bloom Ventures, which is much like K, actually also an early stage tech VC in India. So again, we're sector agnostic, do everything from like agri to space. Edtech is just something that we've been very, very passionate about, fairly over-indexed on Edtech, early backers in both Class, Unacademy, Leverage. So great Edtech portfolio cooking up there. We also typically come in somewhere between MVP to PMF, maybe closer to nearing PMF, at PMF. That's the stage we like. Can do anything from, say, a 250K check to about a 2.5 mil check in the current fund cycle. And some of our portfolio companies that you may have heard of would be Dunzo, Unacademy, like I mentioned, Grey Orange, Purple, Spinny. So yeah, excited to hear the rest of the panelists as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Saket.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me and thanks for joining me in. I'm Saket and I work as an associate at Chirate Ventures. Chirate Ventures is an early stage venture capital fund, much like K and Bloom. We invest predominantly at the seed and Series A stages. Typically, our check sizes range from about $1 million to about $10 million. I spent a good part of my last 2 years here thinking about and investing into Edtech. Happy to be here and share some of the learnings, and let's see if some of this is useful to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Saket. Aditya?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Always a pleasure. So my name is Aditya. I'm a partner and CEO at FAR Network. We are a group of early stage investors, HNIs, VCs, family offices, and we are investing in, again, early stages, right from about a seed stage to about pre-series A stage. We come in very early where companies are just out there spending their first few days in the market and have got some level of traction. So we come in, we put in our capital and help them to grow to the next level. So yeah, that's about us. We've grown to about 1,200 plus investors in the last 2 years. We've invested in close to about 50 plus companies. So we are very aggressive and active in the ecosystem. And yes, early days for us. Companies are growing, but yes, I'm happy that we'll share some success stories in the future. Look forward to the event.
Thanks, Aditya. Everyone, great to have you here. I'm Vivek. I'm an associate at Lois Advisors. We are a small boutique IB based out of Hyderabad. We also, like all of us here, are very passionate about Edtech and do a lot of work across fundraise, M&A, and business advisory. Great. So we have about 45 minutes to discuss the topic for today. We'll leave 10 minutes for Q&A with the audience. I request the audience to type in their questions in the comment box there, and then we can take it up in the end with the panelists. Great. It's always exciting to talk about Edtech. Great years behind us and still coming. 2021 was amazing. A lot of funding, 160 plus deals, 3 unicorns, one already in 2022. New business models coming up, and hope to continue to see them. So let's jump right into it, shall we? So usually investors have a certain, not defined, but a certain things framework that they look at when they look at startups, green flags, so to speak. Let me throw this to you, Radhika. What are some of the things that you look for when you think of solid edtech businesses?
So I think any investment, like any VC, will tell you three broad buckets, right? Product, market, founder. So I think one is, and we've seen now a lot of second-time founders, CXOs of large companies, kind of building in edtech over the last 18 months or so, just given how hot the sector has been. And I think one of the most important things, and they're all extremely brilliant operators. They know how to fundraise, they know how to hire. But I think one very defining factor is how passionate are you about the space. That determines your grit on that particular space, at least. That determines how easily you will pass on a acquisition opportunity, which in edtech right now is I think everyone it's raining acquisitions. And while those make founders a lot of money, many of them are not too needle moving for an investor. So I think that's one. Just how passionate and obsessed are you about the space that you're building in, especially in edtech where we're seeing so many great founders building, right? The second is in terms of market. I think again specifically with edtech, large parts of the market are beginning to get a little bit crowded. So there naturally will be spaces that we'll kind of think twice. In K-12 test prep, for instance, of course, now we'll think twice before investing in, right? Because a lot of money already sitting in that space, a lot of cap tables locked, a lot of great founders already building very, very large scale businesses. Certain spaces still have gaps, whether it's early learning, the more school segment, fintech for edu, upskilling parts of it have white spaces as well. So I think that's the second part with education, is what are areas that at this point make more sense from a competitive landscape. Also, what areas are more scalable. So I think that for instance, tier 3 learning is a tier 3 city learning is something that's obviously a very large opportunity in terms of population. But still figuring out how to build scalable plays there. One, because the money sitting in that consumer's pocket is of course lower. Second is language barriers make a single product very hard to scale. Right, I can build something in Hindi, but that's not going to go work in Karnataka, for instance. So I think that's the second in terms of how scalable is that space. So that's kind of it from my end.
Thanks, Radhika. Saket, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think I'll just add on the team bit. I think along with having a team that's very passionate, I think with some of the companies that we've invested in, one of the big learnings has been that edtech organizations are usually slightly complex and multivariate organizations. They they have these set of people who are domain experts, like people who design curriculums, content creators, people who design UX for learning for kids, teacher training. All of these are deep domain expertise skills, and you need to have experts who are sitting in these right positions to take decisions with respect to these whenever there's a decision to be taken regarding these, right? One of the things that we've noticed that can happen, and this is something that we look at slightly later on when we say pre-series A, series A stages, is trying to see if the team has these experts in the right positions to make these decisions, right? Early on, one of the errors that can happen is a lot of these decisions are made by one or two people, usually the founders, and understandably so. But I think just an empathy and understanding that some of these are require domain expertise, and leaving these decisions for a veto by an expert within the team, I think is it's a wish list early on that we have as part of the team. I think another aspect that I talk about in today's edtech market is for an investor, I think top of the funnel differentiators are important today. So let me just explain this. I think where we are in today's edtech market, I think that there is no debate that it is competitive. So how do you design some of these differentiators that will help you build enough traffic at the top of the funnel, which will ensure that your ad spends are minimal and are effective, right? And I think a lot of times what can happen is, there are various kinds of top of the funnel differentiators. Like you can have curriculum, you can have star teachers, you can have, brand itself as a differentiator at the top of the funnel. But I think early on, and EdTech itself is changing in a few ways. I think one of the ways in which it's changing is we see a lot of founders looking at product and technology as a differentiator at the top of the funnel, right? And let me explain this with a simple example of a company that's globally very well known. It's called Amira Learning, and what they do is they teach English. They help kids speak English better, and there are multiple ways to do this. But the way they are doing it is quite unique. They have an app which enables kids to actually speak into it, and they have a voice AI tool which tells kids and the parents out where these kids can improve in their speech, right? Like, are there areas, are there phonics, are there areas where there needs to be more stress, where there is no stress, and are there areas which really need emphasis and work on? And with that, they're able to funnel users into telling them what needs work, and then funneling them into live online classes, etc. I think some of these top of the funnel differentiators are going to be key, and that's something we actively look for.
Thanks, Saket. Sunita, Aditya, any thoughts on this?
Sure, I can jump in. I think Radhika and Saket have covered good ground. So just an extension on what they've mentioned, I think founder market fit becomes very critical. I think specifically in EdTech, by virtue of most of us having gone through the 12 years of our education system, we tend to extrapolate personal problems that we faced while we went through the system as systemic issues, and basically try to then build a company around it. Unfortunately, that doesn't translate into a business always. So hence the founder market fit becomes very critical. Have you spent enough time? It could be as by virtue of running a coaching class, it could be by virtue of having been a teacher yourself, and then approaching the problem from a business mindset. And a lot of what we're saying becomes very critical, because are you then thinking for scale? Are you looking at solving tens and thousands of students' problems as opposed to thinking of solving just the neighborhood's problem or just one school's problem? I think that becomes very critical. And secondly, like I mentioned, scale. So tech for scale becomes very important. Are you thinking from day one that a lot of things, while I may be doing today to hustle around the typical Indian mentality of jugaad is great till you get to say 100 customers or 20 schools or whatever be the model. But have I already started thinking of systems and processes that tech can make a lot of these things very easy? So those are some things, and EdTech becomes a lot more important, and things that we kind of look out for.
Great. Thanks, Sunita. Aditya, if you'd like to jump in.
Yeah, I think the beauty of going last is that you don't have to add much because the panelists have added most of the points. But I think 2 points that sort of I've kind of realized, because before, of course, turning into the investor side of things, I was an edtech entrepreneur, so I was very deeply rooted in the education system, and still continue to, in fact, serve as the advisors on the entrepreneurship curriculum to Delhi government. So with EdTech, I think, yeah, firstly, of course, all the points that my co-panelist covered, I agree to all of them. All of that is very, very relevant and important. But I think two more points that I'll, of course, add as an extension is, one is the framework analysis that we do. So any EdTech, as you know, has be it let's say a vocational line, or be it, let's say, a more academic driven line. But at the end of the day, it's just about the overall development of a child or a student. So what's the framework you have chosen to solve that particular problem? That is very, very important for us. Is that framework feasible enough? Can that be done at scale? And second thing, in fact, now since I've spoken about scale, is the kind of understanding of the TG you've got, right? So what we've witnessed in most of the edtechs is they get a good early traction, but once they are scaling, then that becomes a leaky bucket, where maybe students are not coming back, where maybe the LTV is not going higher, right? Where maybe the further response on ad spend is going drastically down. So all of that starts to happen in the further rounds when the company does at scale. So then the understanding of the TG that you have built, the community power that you have built, right? That becomes very, very important. So if you're not having that, then you can't scale with the right metrics, and you'll burn up, of course, most of the capital that you'll raise. So what TG understanding you have,
how closely you're connected with that TG is also one thing that we look at while investing early on.
Thanks, Aditya. Thanks, everyone. So, for our audience today, to sum up, there is no solid bucket per se that investors have when they look at startups in the tech space. Just be passionate about what you're doing. There are still gaps in the market somewhere in early education, schooling, upskilling. Tier 3 learning is an interesting market. Tend to sort of look at edtech as a business which has multiple variants, multiple factors coming in when you form a team, as Saket said. Important to have domain expertise when you're building out a product in the tech market, because sometimes specialists will know the right thing to do. Important to also have some top of the funnel differentiators. As Sunita said, important to have a good founder market fit, and to when you start scaling, to ensure that you understand your TG very well, because eventually as you scale, you start to see some more difficulties, and that's where your understanding of the TG will really come through. Okay, great. So let's jump into the other side of the spectrum now. Let's talk about some red flags. Maybe we start with Sunita with this one. Sunita, what are some red flags that throw you off when you sort of are evaluating startups today?
Yeah, so I think one minus what we all said is probably the red flags. But just to kind of elaborate a bit more into this, so I think not specifically for edtech, but just being married to your solution. So that is a big drawback. Not listening to the customer, not willing to pivot, because 9 out of 10 businesses end up pivoting. It could be pivot in 6 months versus pivot even in 2 years. So need to be constantly agile and flexible, and being willing to make that change. So we try to see early signals of whether the founder is open to that, whether the founder is adaptable to that. Then second one, slightly controversial, but given the last 18 months when it's probably been the best time for any founder to raise capital. So you're raising even when you probably don't require, or you're raising more than how much you require. I think to at least be very, and edtech actually throwing a lot of capital will not solve I can't ensure efficacy. I can't ensure learning outcomes. I can obviously ensure customer growth. So that surely is what capital can solve. But if you can't demonstrate what is clear-cut outcome of raising this capital and what will that translate into, in edtech, honestly, more capital is just a differentiator that, okay, you're kind of crowding out the space for others from raising capital. But doesn't necessarily mean you can actually build a successful startup. So trying to kind of think through what you really need to achieve and how much capital to fuel that growth is something that one would want to be very watchful of.
Thanks, Sunita. If anybody would like to jump in, Saket, Aditya, Radhika.
Sure, I can go next. I think a couple of red flags, and I mentioned these two red flags here because these are probably the highest volume of that I see across companies that I meet on a daily, weekly basis. I think one of the biggest red flags for me is a lack of understanding that, online as a medium doesn't mean better learning, right? At its core, online is a great distribution model and has tremendous advantages over the offline model in terms of distribution. But at the same time, intrinsically, unless you focus on it, online as a mode of instruction and delivery does not have intrinsic advantages in terms of learning, right? Unless you actually focus and build it out. And a lot of the companies that have stood the test of time have spent time, the Byju's, the Unacademies of the world have actually spent time thinking about this transition and what will make this learning online very, very efficient, right? And this is a very basic point, but this is a huge red flag I see across a lot of the organizations that we hear pitches of, which usually are, here's an offline class, there is a layer of Zoom that I add to it, and there is an online class that comes up, right? I think working in this way is not really efficient, especially I think where we are in the edtech cycle in India. I think you need to find more efficient ways to deliver. I think that's one of the biggest red flags. I think the second one, and again a very basic one, is understanding if the particular idea that you're working on or the approach that you're taking has a large enough market, right? And this is easier said than done, and this can be tricky at times. But I think a big red flag is sort of understanding the Indian context and applying the particular idea or the concept that you want to build on. And uh, don't get me wrong, I think a lot of times this becomes very tricky. Just to give you an example, again, I think let's say something which is tricky, like the online English language learning for kids in India, right? Is it a large market? Is it something that can be tapped upon right now in China and in Latin America? These are huge markets, and these are but the motivations there are slightly different from India. In India, kids, majority of kids do have English as a language in schools. So you could argue that there is a certain section in the Indian audience who may feel like this is a motivation for parents to tap into. But again, what is the size of this motivation? What is the size of these markets? These can be tricky questions, and although we don't look for right answers as investors, I think we always look for the right insights, right? Especially enough time spent to get these insights which are very core, and not sort of getting blindsided by the fact that, well, this is a motivation for a small set, and hence I can sort of project it to say that this will be a motivation for a very large set. I think this is a common mistake and a red flag that stands out for me when I speak to a lot of entrepreneurs.
I can kind of go next. So I think agree with something Sunita said early on, right, about being married to the solution. One interesting thing that I've noticed recently about a lot of, I think specifically in edtech more so than in say media or commerce or anything else, is that there'll be founders who've been building their product for like 12, 18, 24 months and haven't released it yet. And sure, that works beautifully in like say deep tech or healthcare, but in edtech it doesn't work because then who are you getting feedback from? Your PMs are not your customers. So I think that's definitely one big red flag. And I think similarly, you're not understanding your TG. You get a lot of founders who say, even in a post-COVID world, schools will be online, extracurricular classes will be online. And sure, online does mean that you can kind of bring a great teacher to a lot of folks who otherwise won't have access. But if you've spoken to half a dozen parents, you'll also know that offline classes are also free daycare, not free, but at least a safe daycare. It's a safe place for the parents to leave the kid, and especially if they're working, they're doing other things, and you can't take away that time from a parent. Or if you're building for a smaller city market, you're building for a user who doesn't have a fancy smartphone, you can't just be testing your product on your 4G networks. So I think a lot of those product building nuances on just that require understanding your TG a lot better. If you haven't done that, that's definitely a big red flag. The other interesting thing that I've seen more recently is more say on the soft skill side, where platforms try to solve for a whole bunch of different users. Sure, at scale, you can be imparting soft skill learning to a 5-year-old and a 15-year-old and a 65-year-old, but you can't start that way because how you think of each of these users, what they need, what they'll pay, what their end goal is very, very different. So unless you're a hyperscale company and have the ability to deploy different engineering teams to solve these different use cases, don't start off solving for so many problems. And if you're solving for two sides of the coin, say hiring and upskilling for those hires, think twice about which side of the coin you're charging. Again, see a lot of cases where you're solving for one stakeholder's problem but actually charging the other stakeholder. Again, a large mismatch there on what you're trying to derive from each side of your user base, right? So I think just some of these things are very, very like small red flags when you think of them early stage, but it is something that an investor will think about over and over again when you pitch.
Thanks, Rajika. Anything would you like to add, Aditya?
Yeah, I think red flags are too much. I think so many red flags that you can spot out, particularly in edtech founders. Not just in edtech founders, but a whole lot of startup founders where things, of course, can be right some of the times. But specifically to edtech, I think beyond what my co-panelist added, one observation that I have found out is most of like all the edtech founders are super passionate about what they're solving, right? All of them have a great background story of how they landed in the space and why they are solving it, right? Some of them have a very good personal story as well attached to it. And it's sometimes easy when you are in a sway of emotions, and even you're in a sway of course, solving for a larger TAM in a larger market, that you run a lot of your show on assumptions, right? That this is how the market is going to evolve, or this is the addressable market that I'll achieve, and this is the obtainable that I'll serve very, very efficiently in. And then when you start to make these big promises, there is a big mismatch between what you are executing today and what you are promising for tomorrow, right? And that serves as a big red flag to me. So you're saying that you're going to serve, let's say, the next million and a half users, but today, when you're doing your early level of proof of concept, then only like you're hardly able to get any results for that, right? So that is when I kind of go back a bit, two or three steps back a bit, where I identify that if, let's say, a thing has to be delivered in a big way in the future, why is it not happening on ground today, right? And then I start to, of course, lose the plot of the entire story, where I see that it's more exaggeration, or more a parable of facts, rather than, of course, a thing married with execution, where you have a path to, of course, get to these users, where you have a path to, of course, monetize them at a later point of time, or achieve the revenue that you are targeting. So that whole strategy, that whole business plan needs to be very well in sync, and that execution has some level of execution has to happen today for the facts or for the assumptions that you're quoting tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Thanks, Aditya. So just
Can I
want to
add
dive.
one point here, Vivek, on passion,
No,
right?
second.
Passion of tech entrepreneurs. I think that's the best part of meeting entrepreneurs in education. But it can be, like Aditya mentioned, right? It can be a double-edged sword. And one observation is, a lot of times this passion sort of converts into, a figment of what is potentially the right way to learn, right? And coming up with an incremental difference in learning approach. And that sometimes can play out, but sometimes if it's not rooted in the right basics, it doesn't play out, right? Like that, you can see that, it's coming out of right intentions, but a lot of times these incremental changes in learning styles can be just figments of a founder's, imagination of what is the right way to learn, but they don't play out at scale. And I think that's something to be wary of.
Great. Thanks, Saket. So we at Luestro also interact with a lot of startups on a day-to-day basis, and some of these startups tend to be very early stage startups, and monetizing becomes a very important question for them. Some of them tend to be 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, right? Do you ever see that as a red flag when they have not, made any money from their customers, and you wonder while you're evaluating startups, I don't know if they will ever make money. Does that ever? I mean, obviously that differs from product to product, but does that ever come as a red flag to you? Anybody, if they'd like to jump in?
I can start. So I think Vivek, you got it bang on it. It depends product to product. I think so. Since I also look at a bunch of media investments at Bloom, there absolutely no. If you're not monetizing, fair point. Seen great examples with like a share chatter, for instance, where you're getting strong multiples based on engagement, whether it's a MAU number, whether it's a weekly active number, whatever that may be, without monetization at all. That said, I think. Uh, so I mean, yes and no, depending on the business model. So again, seeing a lot of plays in the hobby classes space that are currently not monetizing, or doing extremely low ball pricing. And when the wave started of hobby classes, that was to say that, okay, fine, because you do have very, very strong cross selling ability there. You can sell someone a dance class if they're doing a music class with you. And so eventually, yes, you will build monetization from that. But it's now been about 2 years or so into that wave, and seeing a lot of players still unable to either monetize, or when they do start monetizing, a very drastic drop in their retention. So I think seeing examples like that has made everyone a little bit more nervous around non-monetizing, say, hobby class plays. But that still are we're seeing plays that sell into schools, for instance, that don't monetize right now, because the idea is you sell to an entity which can give you such a large pool of students that become your B2B2C users. And so your end customer goal that you're able to monetize is so large. And so, yeah, sure, spaces like that, if you're not monetizing early on, especially at the seed stage, it works. But I think it really depends on A, the product, and B, clarity that the founder has on when and how will I start monetizing. I think that at least helps the investor sleep better at night, nothing else.
Just maybe to add, to kind of extend from what Radhika shared, I think there have been some models, especially where you're trying to do the entire micro learning side of things. And you want to then, and it could be because you're selling it into a different target segment, say tier 2, tier 3 cities. And the whole idea is that you can't charge a lump sum amount of, say, 10,000, etc. I'd rather do the micro payments. Those have come, there's been a mixed bag of success over there. You've not managed to necessarily increase the entire LTV of the customer. You're charging them, they come and interact and use the product once in a while, and you want to kind of help the customer test and try the product first. So I think in EdTech, more so than with other models, the founder needs to be very clear how they're going to monetize. And at least in their heads, they need to be convinced it can happen. Unlike with other businesses where a lot of commerce can get created on top of content, commerce can get created out of community. EdTech, finally, if I can, as a parent or as the end user, if it's moving me from path 0 to path 1, I can get a job. I'm scoring better in JEE prep examination. If I can actually see an improvement, there is no reason to not pay. So if you still want to hang on to the fact that no, it will get monetized down the line, hopefully that down the line isn't years down the line. It's hopefully a few months down the line. And always try to do smaller pilots, right? Like it's so easy in today's world to do an A/B testing. I don't see why you can't. Even if it means it's 100 user base, see what is it, how much are they willing to pay? What is the motivation to pay? Are they coming up till the payment page and then suddenly they get cold feet and are dropping off? That's a data point too. So trying to do that, and more so in EdTech, like it has to happen. It's sooner than later is at least my thinking.
I'll just add to that. I think I agree. I agree with all the points made so far. I think there needs to be a path to monetize net. There usually the rhetoric today is engagement for companies that want to monetize later. They create a strong engagement funnel, and engagement comes first, and then that funnels into monetization. But I think for investors, what's important to understand is definitely why is engagement a means to an end, right? In this case, because we're talking monetization, right? And I think, to be very honest, I think there are a few core factors that a company needs to have in place to convert that engagement into monetization. Not every company can convert that engagement into monetization, and at least from, I think my learnings have been 2 or 3 key factors, right, that help this transition to happen. If a company is along this path, right? One is just time spent and users sort of coming back to the app, right? Which just tells me that users like the product. I think second and the most important thing is structured learning kind of happening, right, on the product, and this is in the context of B2C edtech startups, right? People could be spending a lot of time, could keep coming back to the app, but that could be just for fun, or could be just because it's free and it's just easy to sort of spend some time. But I think your ability to offer structured learning in whatever sense impacts your propensity to get paid, because there are limited wallet spends that you are ultimately tapping into. And hence having that is important. And ultimately, I think this is to one of the points that someone alluded to, which is outcomes need to be clear for the user, right? And I think if you can manage some of these, I think if these are in place, at least as an investor, you potentially could build conviction that they, and these were the things in place for companies like a Quizlet or a Duolingo, and having not monetized for years, they were able to switch on this toggle of monetization. So having these in place and clarity around that is important.
Yeah, I think I'll add, but yeah, I think most of the points have already been covered. We have to give it to the edtech founders as well, right? Because building, of course, a solution where competition is so much. As in, if you look at YouTube, it's a potential competition to any tech startup out there, and that's free of cost, right? So uh, how do you start your monetization, right? And no one would want to monetize 50 users, just 50 users, right? Everyone would want to build a community and engage community, and then you know that when you start monetizing, maybe some people would drop off. So you want your percentages to work out very well, and that is when you are delaying that monetization just so that you can switch to a larger number. So as to when the fallouts happen, they don't happen beyond what you predicted, right? In addition to, I think what Radhika also said is when and how is important, but I think what is also very important, that what do you actually monetize, right? If you are a full stack, you're offering 5 different stacks of services. What exactly do you think? Where is the core competency where the user would find value and pay for you, right? So what is again very very important? There could be a certain portion of the solution that you're building that you would maybe never monetize for your entire life. But what would be that core offering or that core solution which you think your community, of course, would place larger bet on? And that is when you pick up that piece and start monetizing it. So yeah, my thought when we made our investments in edtech was, and we've made close to about eight or nine investments in edtech, so we've been fairly covered on that side. When I started analyzing these companies was to, of course, look at monetization, because everything is a multiple revenue at the end of the day, right? But then when I looked at almost all the companies who are doing it in that space, and even if you look at Western counterparts and Chinese counterparts as well, the culture has been brought up from there, that engage the community first and of course then start monetizing it. That is when I realized that this is so deep rooted in almost every Indian startup founder, tech founder that I'm looking at, where community of course is given precedence over monetization and commercialization. That is when I started, of course, drawing more and more inputs that your community aspect, your community power is again very important, but then your part to monetization, that should be very very clear. Because tech rounds, again, if you look at how they've happened in the past, is the first seed or pre-seed, or you can say even till series A rounds, have been traditionally of a lesser valuation, right? Where founders even can't even put a price to their community. Founders don't even know how much would be the power of the monetization. Let's say they start monetizing from a small community and that explodes, right? So maybe you're undervalued today, you never know. And when you move to a series A plus stage, that is when larger valuations have started to happen, right? That is where larger multiples have taken into account. So yes, when you are at an early stage, I think it's not fair as well to put a monetization plan on any of these companies, because even we don't know how to evaluate them. That is again a very double-edged sword kind of a situation. But more importantly, what is important is that if you're investing early in these companies, you need to look at how the path to monetization would unfold, so that when these companies transition into a series A plus stage, and when the community actually starts to pay for some of the services, will that bucket still hold, or will that again turn into a leaky bucket and drop offs would start to happen? And there are many companies dead in this space as well, where the leaky bucket, of course, has sustained and fallouts have happened. So your path to monetization and what will you monetize is very very important.
Thanks, Aditya. So we have about 10 minutes left before we do Q&A with the audience. Um, just to let the audience know, um, what do you think will excite you as an investor to see in 2022 from a new emerging business model kind of a perspective? What kind of models seem exciting? We have new models coming in now in the metaverse, doing a play there. But you as investors, what do you find exciting today? Anybody, if they'd like to jump in.
I'll jump in and I'll do that just because I know a bunch of this maybe overlap with some of the other investors on the panel. So I'll probably take a stab at this. I think K-12, just given that there's a lot of capital that's been raised and a bunch of well-established players have emerged, one would not be as keen to look at it, at least in the conventional sense of what's been happening and the kind of startups one has been seeing. I think a lot of plays there in the early childhood education space. This could be either through hobbies, it could be critical thinking skills, high order thinking skills. It could just be a different way of kind of looking at education and so on. So a lot of plays there, I think, are not yet extracted maximum value so far. So there's a lot more interest over there, and I think there's a lot more capital that should be flowing in over there. So we've left the K-12, so then we're now looking at what happens post that. Test prep again has seen a mixed bag of success, and therefore one would probably steer away from looking at that space. Instead, one would like to look at the entire skilling and uplifting space. One would look tend to corporate upskilling space. It could be mentorship, professional mentorship, etc. So I think a lot more can be done over there, making L&D a lot more working for both the corporate as well as for the employee. So those would be some areas one would like to look at. And I think there's some play also in the skilling for jobs. So if you can show an outcome over there, not too many established players, there's been some action there. But if someone can deliver outcomes and can show why they're differentiated, there could be a play there too.
Go next, I'll build on what Sunita said. Very, as she said, strong overlaps there. So on early learning, love that space. I think anything for like kids under 8. Ideally, what I've been looking at more now is just highly gamified. And the beauty of that space is because it's not curriculum aligned. If you've built in English, you can sell globally. So huge market there as well. Seeing some great teams coming up. Anyone building in that space, please reach out. Also like the preschool space a lot, but I think that's need to see how that's going to pan out post COVID. But do think preschooling, as more families become nuclear, more women join the workforce, that space is going to become pretty interesting. And again, on the other end, Sunita mentioned L&D. What I'll add on top of that is also coaching. So more leadership coaching, executive coaching, middle management layers. That space is becoming very interesting now. Again, strong India global linkages there as well. Haven't seen too many plays in this space, and I don't know if I do the best job of articulating it, but something at the intersection of social media and hobby learning for adults, slightly more urban India 1, India 2 kind of market, and use that to also interact with their peers in India globally, build connections, whether it's a professional network, linkages to dating for that matter. I think that space is going to become pretty interesting as well.
I actually have nothing much to add to what Sunita and Radhika said. I think a lot of these are overlapping spaces, and I think just to bring about a lens of the business model into this, right, or basically models within some of these that could be interesting. I think at the other end of the spectrum of early learning, which anyway is very interesting in the continuous learning segment, I think anything which is very hands-on, feedback-based learning, your cohort-based courses, where your community meets learning. I think some of these models are seeing a lot of traction. Having scalable models around that will be very, very interesting. I think the world as we know has changed, and your traditional learning models have given way to continuous learning, quote unquote, right? And I think another segment of edtech startups that's very interesting is just data-led and AI personalization, and bringing that into effective learning, right? Improving learning outcomes using AI and using data. I think that's sort of really the new wave of edtech companies. I think K12, as Sunita rightly pointed out, is saturated in some sense, but also there's so much we've seen, but also I feel like there is a new wave that using AI. I think we're at a very, very early stage in that, and I think that could be very exciting as well.
Yeah. So I think Sunita, Radhika, and Saket have covered most of the points, and I was canceling points as I was waiting for my chance to come. That this is a point I can't sort of speak more on. But I think one beautifully covered by everyone that covers all of my spaces as well. But I think one thing that I want to see more happening is a more peer-to-peer learning. Right. I think most of the solutions that are there are just throwing stuffs at students, assuming that okay, this is the best thing that we are selling, right? Or this is the tonic that we are giving. But a lot of peer-to-peer interactions are a very big white space that's not happening in some of these edtech forums, where communities are said to be active, but they're actually not that much active. So I think a lot of dry powder is there if you talk about peer-to-peer learning, and also around if you can, of course, gamify, make that more interactive, and focus more on early on, right? A lot of edtech solutions are sort of also getting a bit delayed when they are coming after the problem has already come, right? So what if you could go 2 steps back, and try and make sure that this community, of course, is learning from each other, interacting with each other, and moving towards the problem, where let's say it's either can be an entrance exam, or either it can be a big placement job, whatever it is, whatever the future hurdle would be. We're all preparing towards that, and it's happening through a lot of user generated content than the existing contents that is out there in masses already. So that is, I think, one where I haven't seen a very organized and a very formalized solution. And yeah, if again making a reverse pitch, that if anyone is building it, more than happy to have a look and evaluate.
Thanks, Aditya. Thanks, everyone. Great insight. I think we can jump into the Q&A now. We have some interesting questions. First one is from Sagar Menon. It says, Radhika briefly covered EdTech for soft skills. Since I am building for the same, I would love everyone's opinion there. While I have observed the motivation to learn soft skills is lesser than technical skills, do you think B2B is a better market for it?
Sorry, did you want me to start?
No, anybody can. Anybody
Okay,
can start.
I can take a stab at it. So we saw that with English, right? Like I think a lot of English learning plays that were meant for adults pivoted into B2B because they saw far more monetization there. I think it depends on what market you're building for. We're definitely seeing some soft skill plays become larger in the slightly more urban markets where the willingness to pay is higher. I think you're looking for the intersection of ability to pay for that space, and also you feel that it's an important enough skill for you to learn. So I think those we're seeing typically either in slightly more India one urban markets or in B2B where the employer kind of pushes that. So I think it really depends on what age group you're focusing on, what market you're focusing on.
Great. I hope that answers Sagar's question. There's a question from Priyanka Kamath. It says, with the rise of cohort-based learning and P2E biz models, it is currently imperative to have a thriving community built first. How do you reach from 0 to 1 in order to build an edtech community? Do you start by launching the basic MVP product and then pivot to customizing the product to community for a skill recommender engine? Actually, even I find this question fairly confusing. Let me just repeat the last bit. Do you start by launching the basic MVP product and then pivot to customizing the product to community for a skill recommender engine? Does anybody have any thoughts on this?
Not sure, but I'm assuming the question is how do you build an edtech community and should you focus on the MVP? So if that's the question, I would think yes, please do get an MVP out because again, one of our earlier comments, don't be married to it so much that you're not willing to let your baby out of the door. So do launch it. And some of these, how do you build these communities? A lot of these communities already exist in different digital platforms, whether it's say Discord, Telegram, WhatsApp. So that's always a great starting point. As a founder, you should have already been in these platforms to understand what is the customer behavior. What are they doing? What is not getting solved over there? Why do I need another platform? What is Discord not solving for? It's not meant for edtech. What is Telegram not solving for? How am I not able to monetize in Discord? So a lot of such problems exist inherently. That's a great starting point to then build your user base. And you actually don't want to start off at 10,000 user base with MVP in any case. So a good starting point is actually to plug into some of the existing communities in whatever shape and form they are. It could be some of the channels I mentioned. It could be something else that I'm unaware of. But plug into that and then build a slow and steady user base from there to actually migrate or use your product in addition. And there again, it's likely going to be free because no one's going to come and test your product and pay for it when it's in an MVP shape and format. So just get people to start using it and then build out on the product even better based on feedback.
I think one point, if I can add to, of course, what Sunita said, another interesting approach that I've started seeing these days is where founders are building their own communities first, and then transitioning those micro communities to of course their product, right? Where and that is a great approach as well. What you are saying is that the community that I'm building, the selling point has to be me, right? It has to be born through me, or it has to be thought through me. So why not I build a community first, where I am most active in front of the students, where I am being a resource person, where I am being a person they can trust and they relate with what I share and post content with, whatever, right? uh, and that using that as an embarkment, and then moving towards a community where I can say that, okay, now you've come to me and you have sort of accepted me, so I've sold you on myself. Now let me sell you on my platform, right? And where I talk about what I do next. And that is in fact something that I've personally done as well, right? Where I've thought that building a community out has to be known by the leader who's driving that community as well, right? You have to be with your audience most. Of course, existing communities would help in order to get that what you say, a kink in statistics, right? Would help you to get that kink. But the next thing that would happen is the self-driven community that you will build through your own self, and that is one great model. You have seen so many tech companies who have evolved from that model. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Aditya. Thanks, Sunita. There's a question from Ocean. This question says, how do you all see the role of Web3 and blockchain technology in EdTech? Any recent examples of investments that they can look at to understand? I think for Ocean, one example that you could look at could be Invac Metaversity. They're running a learning experience on the metaverse. They got funded recently. Yeah, you could look at them to sort of see somebody who's making a play on Web3. But if anybody else wants to jump in.
Yeah, I think largely the models, if you're talking of the intersection of EdTech and Web3, I think that's largely been, I mean, everyone today wants to learn a little bit more about Web3 and crypto, right? But nobody seems to know it that well. So there are multiple companies out there trying to teach people how to do this better. And of course, there are, basically EdTech for Web3 companies out there, and a bunch of those. I can share a list. I think outside of that, I think the overlap between Web3 and sort of education in some sense, right? I think you could also argue that there could be decentralized organizations for DOAs for teachers, where a lot of what teachers do today isn't sort of rewarded in ways that they should be rewarded, like let's say the content that they create, or you could take multiple examples along those lines, but a very simple example is content that they create, right? You could easily make those into distinct elements of a blockchain, which are then utilized by other teachers, and the teacher who creates the content also gets paid for it, right? So I think there are a few applications. It's still very early, at least from what I know.
I think it's an early stage for everyone, right? I think Web3 in itself is such an early stage that forget EdTech in other aspects as well. Those learnings are still happening as to how it can be integrated. But I think one company which sort of we haven't right now invested in, so I'm not the liberty of course speaking publicly about it. But a lot of these companies in India specifically have started building models around the workflow management that is specific to maybe any sector, but in education sector as well. How a Web2 was not able to solve it, because Web2 was not able to bring those two mediums at one place. But how Web3 does is it brings the entire three or four whatever dimensional structure that it is, and all of them are working at one single screen together. So a lot of these solutions, Indian startups, again, very early stage, but a lot of such solutions have started to build where proper workflow management is happening. A lot of note making, a lot of note delivering, a lot of further analysis of whatever you discussed today, what was our post class discussions that have started happening in the metaverse. So again, very early stages, but yeah, as in we are looking at that sector, in fact building our thesis on it accordingly.
Great. I think unless anybody else wants to chime in, those are the questions for the day. We're also running out of time. But thank you so much, everyone, for coming in today. It was a great discussion on the green flags, red flags, business models, monetization. The Q&A was certainly very interesting and great to learn everybody's thoughts. Thank you to the Uincept team for having us. Thank you, panelists, for coming along, giving us the time of the day. Really appreciate it. Thank you to the audience for staying and interacting with us. I'll hand it over to the Uincept team from here. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Right. Thank you so much, Vivek, and a big thank you to Radhika, Smita, Saket, and Mr. Arora for being here with us. And I think there are a lot of industry insights that every one of you has have brought this to light, and it's very important for our speakers to understand the kind of audience, and I'm very glad that this has been very beautifully put across all the points, and really would like to thank you, each one of you, for sharing those deep insights. Abhinav, anything from your end?
Again, thanks so much, each and every single one, for your key inputs that have been for the entire audience that has been there. I'm sure every single word has, being spoken about has been of great learning to each and every one of us, especially the red flags that are being discussed. So thank you, one and all, once again.
Great. I would request all the panelists to come to the backstage, and I request the team to do the same. And please keep your cameras switched on while we do that transition.
Thank you.
And yes, thank you all everyone for patiently attending today's panel discussions. And we really look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 11:15 a.m., where we begin our final day of IXI Summit with some really high power packed sessions. And just to give you a little bit of a teaser, the first session that we're going to have is going to talk about the India being the next breeding ground for unicorns. Right. So thank you everyone, and wishing you all a great evening. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow as well.